Now the time is 7:30 IST. Okay, so now what I'll be doing is I'll be teaching you all the concepts regarding ExpressJS from scratch. So to learn ExpressJS, many of you think that we don't know Node.js, so we can't learn Express. So that's a wrong concept that if you don't know Node.js, you can learn Express. You don't need to know Node.js if you're learning Express because I'll be teaching you those concepts only which are required in Express. Like if you're dealing with file system, I'll be teaching about the FS system, FS module in Node.js in this particular tutorial. So let's begin this course with a proper. Sorry, I forgot that. Okay, so let's begin with amazing enthusiasm. Okay, so and in this course, I want your participation. I want that whatever exercise I give you in this video, you must solve that and give the answer in the comment box. Whoever gives the answer, I'll be just giving them a like and a heart from me. So let's begin. So here, first of all, I'll open my browser. I'm using Chrome. You can use Brave, you can use Firefox, you can use Safari browser, any browser you want. Not that doesn't matter. What matters is the software that you are installing on a system. So first of all, we need to install Node.js. Okay. So here I'll go to nodejs.org and from here you will be downloading Node.js. Okay. So right here you can see install Node.js. Now if I'll click on this, it will redirect you to the official site download page. Okay. So here we have a lot of things like we have a lot of things right here. So here, first of all, they are providing the Docker method, which is supported universally in all the operating systems. If you are using Docker, if you are a Docker user, you know that how Docker works. Docker is quite used for uh, containerizing applications. So you can use Docker and you can use this method on Windows, on Mac OS, on Linux based system, on AIX. I don't know what's that system. But on Linux and Mac OS, there is another thing called NVM. What is this NVM? NVM means Node Version Manager, and it can be used to manage multiple versions of Node.js on your systems. Okay, so if you're using Node.js version 22, let's say this is 22.17, now you can use the previous LTS version. I think that was 20. I think that was 20. I don't know. I don't remember actually. You can use any of the LTS version you want with NVM. And you can also use multiple versions of Node.js. But for Windows users, if you're not a Docker user, don't worry. I'm going to show you the easiest way on Windows. Now, the easiest way on Windows is to download the Windows installer file, that is the .ms hyphen. You don't need any installation tutorial because uh, installation is very straightforward. You have to just agree to all of the things. And one more important thing is that at the end, it will ask you whether to use chocolatey or not. If you want that, if you want to install chocolatey on a system, you can also go ahead. For beginners, I'll not suggest chocolatey. If you want to install, you can just go ahead because chocolatey will do a lot more thing like managing external packages like Dart, Flutter, and many more packages are supported by chocolatey. But if you're a beginner, don't think about it. Just go ahead and simply install. Okay. Don't agree for the chocolate installation. If you want, you can just go ahead. Now that's a personal opinion. Next thing is to install Visual Studio Code. Now, why I'm suggesting Visual Studio Code is that let me move a little bit forward. Okay, so why I'm suggesting Visual Studio Code is it's an open source code created by Microsoft. Now, Microsoft is providing something for free, so it's obviously will be using that. And Visual Studio Code has a huge community of plugins. You have a large support for plugins. Whereas if you're using JetBrains, on the other hand, JetBrains has a specific support for each of the languages. If you're using JavaScript, you can use WebStorm. If you're using Python, you still have support for web development like Angular, React, or Vue.js. Okay, so they have separate IDs for separate languages. Like for Rust, they have the rider. I think that was the ID. And for Go, they have the Golang. Now, if you want to use WebStorm, let me, sorry, if you want to use JetBrains IDE, I will suggest you to go ahead with WebStorm. Okay, so you can go ahead with WebStorm, and WebStorm is absolutely free for non-commercial use. That means you cannot use WebStorm to manage any of your organizational products. Okay, now Visual Code installation is also very straightforward, but you have to keep something in mind. In between, they will ask for four options. Like one is add open with code to the file explorer context menu. Okay, then I think there are two options for the to directly open a file with Visual Studio Code, directly open a folder with Visual Studio Code, then add code to your path, then register code for supported file types. I think those are the four options. Make sure that except the create desktop icon, you check all the four checkboxes that are below those, and creating a desktop icon is quite optional. It's your personal opinion. Okay, so go ahead and install Visual Studio Code as well. So if you want to don't go ahead for these complexities, just straight away go ahead and use Sublime Text. Yeah, you can use also Sublime Text, but that will not provide you good amount of suggestions. Okay, if you buy the subscription for Sublime Text or use a cracked version of that, you may get the suggestions. Okay, with that said, let us go ahead and start learning ExpressJS. So here I have opened my Visual Studio Code. Now this is the welcome screen you'll be seeing after installing Visual Studio Code. Now you may not see this recents because I am working on a lot of projects behind the scenes, and you may not also see this Git lens, this GitHub Copilot, this Python extension, this Jupyter Notebook extension. You may not see those because I have a lot of extension installed, as you can see on the left hand side sidebar. Okay, let me do just one thing. Let me go to profiles and create a new profiles. Let me name it with my channel. Okay, so this is my profile. Save it and just close. I'll switch to my profile. Okay, so here why I have created a profile, because I want to show you how you can install plugin. So first of all, let us create a folder and open that. Now if you are feeling confused in Visual Studio Code installation, and still you'll get the, if you're getting the error like code is not recognized as an internal or external command in a terminal, let me tell you there is a simpler way. That go into file, go into this file option, click on open folder, go to your folder. I'm inside my YouTube courses folder. Okay, so let us just create a folder that is express dash. Okay, so I'll select this folder. Now here what I will do is I will divide this entire course into modules so that it's easier for you to learn ExpressJS. Okay, so here the section 1 of introduction and installation ends, and let's begin section 2. So just right now I finished the section 1 and here I am with section 2. Now in this section 2 I'll be teaching you how you can create your first ever Express application. Now after creating that, everyone should write congratulations in the comment box if you're creating the ExpressJS application for the first time. Even if you're a means advanced user and coming back to this tutorial to learn ExpressJS again, you must also write congratulations, because if you're coming from a long time, after a long time. Okay, so here let us go ahead and create out our first application. So here I'll create a first application 01 first. So this is a folder, and which icon I'm using VS Code create icons. Wait a second. I actually accidentally switched to this. So let me tell you that this is my folder. And what should I do is actually, let me just go ahead and go into 01 first. So here I will change a couple of things like my font size. Okay, first of all, let me change my font size to 16. This will make it a little bit bigger. And also let me go to terminal font, and here I'll find the terminal font size that will be also 16. I want to make it a little bit bigger. Also, I'll not make more customizations. I have just made these customizations. Let us go to 01 first directory. Okay, write a code space dot, and I will open it in another window of Visual Studio Code. Now, why I'm doing this, I want to just keep them separate. Okay, so here what I'll do is to initialize this folder as a Node.js package. What we have to do is let us open the terminal, type your node, not node actually, not node, type your npm init. Now, as soon as you type this, they will ask a couple of questions. Now, if you want to ignore these questions, you have to provide a -y flag so that you agree to all of the answers to the questions. So here we have a package name, let's press enter, version, okay. So let us provide a description. This is my first ExpressJS app. Okay, entry point, let us keep it index.js. Most of the time we'll keep the entry point as app.js, but for the sake of this tutorial, I'm keeping it index.js. Then let us go to what is the Git repository? If you have any existing Git repository that you want to point, so you can provide that here. Okay, so just enter. I'll not provide any Git repository. Author, let me type my name. Okay, license now standard according to standards. GitHub uses the MIT license, so we'll be using also MIT. If you are a beginner, if you are getting confused, uh, don't get into it deeply. Okay, so I'll just use MIT type CommonJS, and we have two types here, CommonJS and module. Now I'll be telling what's the difference in CommonJS and module. So let us just write here CommonJS. We'll be using CommonJS type only, and yes, these are okay. And here we have our package.json. There's a couple of things. Let me tell you: name, version, description, license, author, type, main. Main is the entry point. There we have some scripts. Now this thing doesn't work basically if you are setting up end-to-end test, but we will not set up end-to-end test right. So let me tell you the basic difference. If you are a beginner, let me tell you the basic difference in CommonJS. That is the syntax. Okay. Let me tell you the basic difference. That is the syntax. And what the syntax look like is that if I create a index.js, and let us do one thing. Let us install Express as well. Okay, so to install Express, what I'll do is I'll go to the official site of ExpressJS, expressjs.com, and here you will find npm install express minus minus save. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll go ahead and here actually npm install express minus minus save. Okay, so for convenience, what I should do is I will just move this to the left. Okay, so let me just position left towards the left. I'll just move this towards the left. Actually, not towards the left. Right. Okay, right. Now, why I'm doing this because actually I'm having this video overlay here. So something may not be visible, like which package name I'm typing here. So let me show you that I have typed here npm install express, or else better, it will be better if I'll move it to bottom and make it full screen. Okay, here you can see that I have installed Express. And here uh, I don't know why it's not appearing like that. I have typed npm install Express. Now after that, what I'll do is here, let us use this index.js. Now the syntax difference is that in CJS or common JS modules, what we do is we just write here const express is equal to require express. Okay, I don't know why it's providing auto completions. Wait a second, let me just disable the auto completions, configure code completions. So just disable completions. I don't want any completions right now. Now I can see that I'm writing this common JS syntax here if it's not visible. Uh, okay, so const express equals to require express. I think I have not modified this one. Uh, Mouse will zoom. Okay. So just click on this. And now if I show you that this is the syntax for a common JS type package. Okay. So this is the import syntax like const express equals to require express. This is the common JS type import statement. Now, if you want to export a module, let me do one thing that m1.cjs. Now, CJS is also an extension for CommonJS. Okay, so what we can do is let me just write here name, or let us send it obj is equal to, say, I'm typing your name. Now, if you want to export this in a CommonJS type, no, CommonJS type package, what you have to do? You have to do right here like module dot exports equals to obj. So you can export using this syntax right here. That is module dot exports obj. Okay. Now, if you want to have multiple exports, let us say I'm typing another object here. Shift all down arrow. Okay, so obj2. Now let us just name it as. Okay, so if I want to export multiple objects at a time using CJS, okay, what I have to do is exports is equal to, okay, exports is equal to obj and obj2. Okay, now how do I import this? How do I import this? Similarly, how did I import this express? Shift all down arrow, and here an object. Okay, dot slash m1 dot cjs. Okay, so here I'll write obj. Okay, import obj quick fix. Okay, so let us write a m1 dot. Actually, I made a mistake here that it shouldn't be like this. It should be like exports dot obj equals to obj. Okay, and exports dot obj2. It's okay. Now if I letter m1 dot, okay, I can get this like get obj like this, or else I can directly write the obj1 comma obj2 from here. Okay, save this and we are good to go. Okay, so what should I do is actually let me tell you some extensions that are ES7. Okay, ES7, React Redux and React Native Snippets. Sorry, not this one. Not actually React, sorry. Substitute you to wrong thing. Not a React Redux. Actually, this one. JavaScript ES6 snippets. Actually, I work a lot with React, so I have just knocked off the name. I accidentally told you about React Redux React snippets. So here you have to install this extension, that is ES6 core snippets. Install this. Okay. And after installing this, if you'll just write here REQ, you'll get this required to const type here express and express. Okay. You can get the auto sessions like this. And also what I'll do is install Prettier code formatter to format my code. Okay, so after installing this, what can I do? I can just shift right click format document to it. Actually, format document, configure default formatter. We can use any of these formatters right here. So I will use Prettier. Okay, I'll use Prettier to format my code. And also, now let me tell you about MJS or module type. ES modules, ECMAScript modules. So if I'll do here module, now these two are only supported, no other value. Okay. So here what should I do is, instead of writing like this, let us write here import express from express. Now this is how you are gonna import using ECMAScript modules or ES modules. Okay. So how do you export from ECMAScript modules? Let us create a m2.mjs. Now mjs is the extension for ECMAScript or ES modules. So here what I will do is I'll write here. Let us take the same example, obj1 and obj2, paste it here. So what I'll do is I'll write here export default. Okay, export default obj. Now this is how you can export a single thing. Okay, this is how you can export single thing. But let me tell you that if you want to import this in ECMAScript, what happens is that import obj from m2.mjs. Okay, now what happens is in ECMAScript modules, the things that you have a default export, if you are providing this obj name here, if it's in default export, you can provide any alias name if you want. So let us say this is my channel. Now this will directly point to obj only because that's a default export and you can call it by any name if you want. If you'll hover on it, you can see alias, let my channel, name string. But actually what's the name? It's obj. Now if you are doing something like this, export const obj, or let us say you're just doing like this, export obj. Now you cannot call this with any name. Cannot call this with any name. Now I can see it's not pointing out to any specific export in this m2.mjs. Now if I'll try to run this in my terminal, okay, node, then type your dot slash index.js. You can see it's throwing an error, syntax error. The requested module m2.mjs doesn't provide a export name default. Okay, so if you want to now import obj, you have to provide parenthesis right here obj. Now it will be imported. Okay, so I have to do a shift alt F for formatting my document. Okay, so if I'll just run this again, I can see we don't get any error. Now using this also, what you can do is you can just write here export obj2. We can also do something like this, obj2. But in CJS, let me tell you one thing, that if you want to export multiple things at a time, you can use either these exports, or let me tell you that you can use something like module.exports, which equals to an object. We'll just write one object. Okay, so then just write here obj and obj. Okay, so if I use the common JS syntax, Let me provide parenthesis here, dot slash m1.cjs. I can write a obj1 comma obj2. Okay, this is how you can also export in CommonJS. This is the similar syntax that you can see here. Export, you can directly export an object, or else if you don't want to declare this variables right here, you can directly declare them right here. Here obj, then a column. Okay, column provided right here. So uncomment this part. Sorry, or like this. Let me remove the semicolon from here. Now format document. Okay. Now what can I do? I can also write here for obj2 also. Now in objects you always provide commas, not semicolons. Now obj2. Now you can see that if I'm typing here obj2, it's directly suggesting me to import it from m2.mjs, but I'll not do that. Okay. So I'll just paste it here. Remove this comments. Okay, format document. Now I can do something like this as well. I think I can do this as well inside this. Okay, now here let me tell you one more syntax in MJS. What happens is that export. Let me write here export const objs. Okay, now if I write here export const objs, what can I do is let me change this to module again. Module again. Now here what can I do? I can write here that const not like this. If I write an objs, it will directly import it from right here. Now I can do something like this. Objs dot I can bring out like this. And also here what you can do is you can provide nested objects like this. There is similar syntax, and here let me write objs. This will point out to this, and right click and format document. Okay, save this, change it to common.js again, and also let us write the objs. Okay, actually m1.cjs. Now actually it's using the ES module, ECMAScript module, but I am providing common.js here. So what I'll do is I'll write a const objs is equal to require dot slash m1.cjs. Okay, I can see that I can also write a objs dot obj1 obj2. Now I think this was a very comprehensive thing about ECMAScript and CommonJS modules. I have told you everything. Now let us proceed to our first ExpressJS application. Now as I've installed Express already, what I will do is I'll go directly to the documentation side, copy this code snippet, paste it here. I can see this is the syntax for our CommonJS. Now I'll not use this port 3000 because this is used by React or Read applications. Okay, and many of you now tell that Read uses port number 5173. That doesn't matter, you can change that also. Okay, so here we have this CommonJS import syntax, but in industry standards we always use ES module syntax. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just change this to module. I'll use ECMAScript modules right here. So let me just go ahead and just write here port express from this. Okay, now as we proceed, we have hard coded the port number, but we should bring that from an environment variable file. So I'll be not doing that right now. So you can see it's providing me example app. Let us write a first app, learn listening on port, this port. Okay, so what should I do? Even means always open the terminal, type node, then index.js. That will be a very hectic job. So I will suggest you to go ahead and install an extension that is called Code Runner that provides you the facility to run all type of code using this single extension. You can run Python code, you can run Java, Perl, PHP, any type of code you want with Code Runner extension. After installing that, go to settings, type your Code Runner, go down and you must find this extension that is run in terminal. Check this. Okay, as soon as you do this, we have this run icon right here and it will directly run node and the entire file path. Okay, if I click on this, you will see that it runs node and the entire file path right here. That is node, C users, KIT, documents, YouTube courses. This is the entire path for our index.js. It always uses the absolute path, not the relative path. Okay, and don't ask what's absolute and relative path. I'll be not going into that deep in that part, right? So let us go to localhost 8000. Actually, what happens is sometimes 8000 is also used by other applications. Let us also change that. Now that's a big hectic job that you have to stop your server and go here and write 8080. Just run that again and go to port number 8002. Now what's the problem is now that if you're running node right now, what will happen is, let me show you that if I'll create a new route. Okay, so let me just do shift all down arrow and let us create a about. Now let me tell you that you can also send JSON responses with Express. Okay, so let us just import something called import objs from dot slash m2.mgs. Okay, let us just import that. And here what I'll do is res.json objs. Now if I'll go to slash about, if I'll go to slash about, you can see it's throwing an error that cannot get slash about, but we are just running this. Okay, we are just running node and it should also get, it should also show us the JSON response, but that will not happen. Now, if you are someone who is not aware of the modern techniques with Node.js, let me tell you a traditional way of running, reloading the server in manual way, that is just stop your server and reload it. But we have two ways. Like, let me just do one thing. Let me just move my video, or let's see, let me just move my terminal to the right side, or just click on the sub arrow. And let me show you two things. That first of all, what you can do is you can write it manually, node that dash watch and then dot. Okay, if I'll do this, so import obj. Actually, what happened is here, said next.js. Okay, so here actually we have to provide something like this. This is an object. Okay, so you can see it's restarting manually. Now if I'll save any file here, it will restart it manually using this particular syntax. But if you are confused with this, let me tell you a simpler solution. Go ahead and install NodeMon. Go ahead and install NodeMon, not as a dependency, but as a dev dependency. Provide this minus capital D and it will be installed as a dev dependency. Okay, so just write here NodeMon index.js. Now this is also a hectic job to every time type this entire thing. So inside package.json, inside the scripts, let us write here two scripts, that is start, which will run node index.js, and then a def that will just run nodemon index.js. So just write here and give run dev, move this towards the left, sorry, right, and npm run dev, and it will run the development server. Now every time I save this, now notice that it will just watch these extensions only: js, njs, cjs, and json file extensions. Okay, and it will watch the current directory only. Okay, so let us just go ahead and reload this. If I reload this, we are getting this object right here, and there ends our chapter number 2. Now, in chapter number 3, we'll be learning about routing in Express and various route methods. So, here I'm back with my third module. Now, It's around 6 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Actually, I had paused the video recording, so it's now 6 a.m. in the morning. So, in our third module or third chapter or third section, whatever you see, we'll be learning about routing and routing methods in Express. So, just let us create a 0 to, okay, 0 to routing. Let us go to this folder that is 0 to routing, old space box. Okay, here what I'll do is I will go ahead and follow the same procedure npm init. Now this time I'll provide -5, okay, so that it automatically creates my package.json without asking me any question. Okay, so then what I'll do is npm install express. Okay, npm install express and then npm install node one as a dependency. Okay, and after doing this, let me know one thing. Let me just also copy the scripts part from my old package.json. So copy this too, and I will paste it here. Okay, so proceeding forward, let us create a index.js file. Okay, index.js file. Now here I should go ahead to expressjs.com and copy this, copy this. Okay, paste it here. We should use port number. I think it's visible to me. No. So let me make it full screen. Now you can see that I have installed Express as well as NodeMod. My video quality may not be better, so apologies. So I'll be using this JavaScript module, this BS modules, license is MIT. Here, what I'll do is change the port number to 8080. Okay. And this is the hello world response, as you can see. And routing app, routing app, uh, second, okay. Routing app listening on port, this port, it will be listening on. So let us just run this using our terminal. So I'll write a npm run dev. After writing that, you can see that uh, required express actually we should have done like this import express from express. Okay. Import express from express. If I go to localhost port 8080, I'll see this hello world response. Now there are various route methods that we can talk about, like we have get, post, put, patch, and delete. These five methods are main. So if I go for post request, let us say app dot get sorry app dot post app dot post, and if I write a slash post and just write the request from a response and rest dot json, just send request on body. Okay, so now to use this request dot body, actually we need a middleware, that is body parser middleware. But I think that Uh, I should just write that. I'll be telling you about middlewares in the upcoming module. So just I'll write here app.use express dot URL encoded. Okay, extended. Actually, not this one. JSON express.json. And here, what I'll do is I will go ahead and test this API endpoint using Postman. So, wait a second. I have to actually sign in again to my account. So I face a little bit of problem in signing up. Let's see. And here I have a bunch of connections. So let us create a new request writer by clicking on that plus icon. And here what I'll do is write an HTTP colon double forward slash localhost colon 8080. Okay, and then slash. And let us make a post request. Let us send a JSON data. Send it. And we cannot find the. Okay, so it's actually slash post. Send it again. Now you can see that we are getting the response name full clutch. Also, what we can do is we can go ahead and write here like if you want to update anything, we have two methods, shift on down arrow. We have two methods, that is one is put and another one is patch. And to delete also, we have this app.delete. Okay, so you can obviously go ahead for the difference between put and patch method. Like in patch put method, you have to pass in the entire data, but in patch method, you can only pass the partial data and the data will be updated. So let us just try to send the same data using Postman to slash put, and the method should be put. Okay. Then we have patch, delete, and slash delete. Okay. So here you can see that we are getting this JSON response right here. Don't worry, I'll be telling you about middlewares in Express. Okay. So this is all about the route methods in Express. Then coming on to routing in Express. So let us say we are building a kind of a blog and we have a lot of blog posts written by us. Now, what should I do is literally here app dot app.get app.get, let us say writing a blog and it brings of that slash blog slash, and what will happen is if you're a beginner and don't understand the concept of dynamic routing in Express, you'll face a lot of problem. And to be very honest, I also faced a lot of problem. Back in those days when I started web development using Flask, I faced a lot of problems. Like I didn't know the concept of dynamic routing. So what happened is I ended up creating a lot of routes from the scratch. Like I'm creating a route like slash blog slash learn Flask web development, then slash blog slash learn Django web development. So okay, so I had to also create separate template files. But now after learning Django, after learning the dynamic routing concept, it was very easier to manage. So here let us just provide colon slug, and here request response. Okay, request comma response, and here what should I do is here what should I do is const this is equal to request dot params. Now what we can extract from here, we can extract slug. Okay, so if all done F. Okay, so let us go to slash blog inside my post one. Let's make a request to slash blog slash learn flask web learn web development using Python Flask, Python dash Flask. And if I'll send the request, I will get slug learn web development using Python Flask. And this is about the dynamic routing, but what you can do is we can also chain dynamic routing, like we can also provide multiple dynamic parameters in the URL. Let us say we want to filter out posts from the specific user, or let us say we want to pass in the specific category ID for the blog. Let us say here we're providing the category ID. Okay, so in this here we are providing the category ID. So what you can do is actually we can just write your category ID and extract it. And here what I'll do is I'll send the category ID, but this time I'll send it as a number because it's a number category ID. Plus category ID means if it's a string, it will be converted into a number. So here in my postman, try to send now 404 not found because you have to also provide your category ID. Okay, I can see slug and category ID you have provided here. Okay, so this was about dynamic routing. So here, what we'll be doing is now we'll be learning about search query parameters in Express. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'm just write here app.get. And I say we are building a search algorithm or a search functionality for our blog application or for our courses application. Request from a response. Okay. So here I write const query is equal to request.code. Okay. So here what should I do is actually here let me just send this request again. Let us see. Yeah. So what I'll do is slash search question mark query Python. Okay. Send it and we will get the query Python. Now let us say we are also building out the pagination and we also require the page. We also require the page. So here I'll provide the page but as a number. Save it And here what can you do is we can write a ampersand page is equal to, or if you're not provide any page name, let us say we're not providing any page name, we will get this as now page equals to 23. So now we'll get the page as 23 right. Okay. So this was all about routing, and also one thing is left, that how we can also include other routes in our index.js file. But that's the case of middlewares. So we'll be seeing that in the next module of this course. So let us proceed to module number 4, section 4 of chapter number 4. So here we come to our fourth module. Now, in our fourth module, we'll be learning about middlewares. Okay, we can call it fourth module, fourth section, or fourth chapter. So what I'll do is I'll put a 03 middlewares. Okay, 03 middlewares. Let us go inside this folder. Sorry, and open this with another window of Visual Studio Code. Let's follow the same procedure. Okay, so now we are done with the initial part. Also, what I'll do is I'll create my index.js. Sorry, it's index. We go to expressjs.com again, expressjs.com, and from here grab out this code, paste it here, and instead of this, let me type import express from express. Okay, and this port number should be 8080. That's so here let us go to guide, and here let's go to writing middleware and using a middleware. So how to write middleware? First of all, let us know what's a middleware. Middleware functions are functions that have access to the request object and the response object, and the next function, the application's request response cycle. The next function is a function in the express router, which when invoked, okay, executes the middleware subsetting the current middleware. Now what happens is, if you are declaring middlewares in Express, you have to use a syntax something like this. Let me show you what's the syntax. Okay, the syntax is something like this: app.use that we have to provide our middleware. So here we have three parameters: request, response, and next. First two, we are familiar with the first two, that are the request and response cycle. Actually, I have not told you many things about these two things, these two objects, that is request object and response object. But let me tell you that I can write a rest.send. Okay, a rest.send. Let us say hijacked by middleware one. Now, what will happen if I run this application? Let me show you. If I run this application here, npm run dev It will start my application on port 8080. Let us go to localhost port 8080. Now you can see it's sending me hijacked by middleware one. Why this happens? Why this happens? Because middleware runs on the top of all the routes. Okay. If I'll provide a only slash about, okay. Now it will send me hello world, but if I'll go to slash about, it will send me this hijacked by middleware one. So this is indirectly a route declaration. Okay, app.use. Then I'm telling it to use this particular middleware on this particular route. App.use slash about. Now if I'll create a slash about route, what will happen? It will show me this hijack by middleware one home. So this is how you can also run middlewares on some particular routes instead of all the routes. Okay. Now how you can write your middleware in a separate file? Let me show you. Okay. So here, as you can see that they have created a function mylogger console.log mount. Okay. So how you can declare your middleware in a separate file and import it here and use it? Let me show you middleware or JS. This is where we can declare our middlewares. Let us declare a middleware that is const middleware one, which equals to request response. And next, let us copy this anonymous function from this and paste it here. Instead of doing default export, I'll just write export. Okay, export m1, export m1, and here and let m1 dot slash middleware. Now this will run on all the routes irrespective of on which route we're so it's telling me okay, so actually in type module you have to also provide the absolute name that is with the extension. I can see hijacked by middleware one and this is hello world. If I reload it, hijacked by middleware one. So this particular middleware would run on all the routes. Okay, how you can use middleware? Now you can see there are these kind of middleware, application level middleware, bind application level middleware, one instance of the app object, router level middleware. How you can use router level middleware? I have shown you the method, how you can use that router level middleware. Okay, so this is the router level middleware which runs on my particular route. Like I had shown you that app.use then slash about, then I had provided the middleware, which is only running on the about route. Okay. Then talking about the error handling middleware, we will get this error handling middleware right here. I think where is the error handling middleware? Actually, wait a second, let me see. Router level middleware works in the same way as application level middleware, except bound on instance of express.router. Okay, so actually I told you the wrong thing that if you're using a router, let me show you how you can declare your routes in a separate file. Let us say I'm having this routes folder and I'm having this blog.js. Let me show you here. Let me just import something called, okay, so let me just import something called a router from Express. Okay, and then I'll write const router is equal to a router. This is an instance of the router. And here, a router level instance means that router level middleware means that you can just go ahead and write a router.use m1, or let us say let us declare another middleware m2. Okay, just write a router level middleware, a router level middleware. Okay, just export M2 from here. Okay, and here let me just write router.use M2. Okay, router.use M2. Now here what we can do is export router as block route. Now what if we want to use this particular router right here in our this. So let me just move this home page URL to this part. So here instead of writing app, I write router.get. So here what can I do? I can write here app.use. Okay, app.use blog router. Okay, so here if I reload, you can see that it's still like there are some errors. Let me see what are the errors. Like log.js. Okay, so actually I have to import everything. Now you can see it's still showing me hijacked by middleware one because this particular thing is running here. So let me just comment it out, reload it, router level middleware. Okay. So what's happening is that in router level middleware, what you can do is actually in a router level middleware, what happens is you have to bind the middleware with the router instance, not with the app instance right here. This is the app level middleware, which is the instance of Express, but this is a router level middleware, which is an instance of this router is an instance of the router. Okay, that's coming from Express. So this is a router level middleware. Then talking about rest of the things, error handling middleware, how you can handle errors. Okay, so you can have this additional parameter if you want to see this. You copy that and cons M3 is equal to this. I should have copied the anonymous function only. M3. Okay, let us say M3 and just write here app.use app.use M3. Okay, and just reload it. If I reload it while getting the router level middleware, okay, while getting the router level middleware, because actually what's happening is that this is running on top of everything. Let us write here. So slash contact, it's also sending this hijacked by middleware one. Let me just comment this router.use string. Let me just reload and go back and reload it. We are getting hello world. Okay. So what's happening is that here in router error handling, define error handling. Now error handling middleware always takes your for arguments. Okay. You must provide arguments that to identify it as an error handling middleware function. Okay, even if you don't need the next object. Let us do one thing that to use this error handling part, what's happening is that everything is running correctly. So I'll place it after this, reload it and slash contact. Let me see what's happening in the network tab. Let me see, but we are getting a 404. Actually, I don't know why it's not working. So here you can see we have built-in middleware, we have seen about express.json. Okay, I have no idea why this is not working. Can see that out, why this is not working. Now here you can see we have this built-in middlewares express.static, express.json, express.url encoded, and we have discussed about this express.json. What about this express.static middleware? Okay, what about that middleware? Let us say we want to search some static files in Express. Say I'm putting a text.txt. Okay, I am a folder and YouTube. Okay, I am a coder and a YouTuber. So if I want to search this file now, if I'll directly access this file, I'll get one error that is 404 error. Cannot get slash test.txt. Now to get this file, let us use this app.use express.static. Okay, express.static and just write a copy. Reload this. I can see I am a coder and a YouTuber. Now, if you want to provide the URL for our static files, you can write a slash static. Okay. Now, if we reload this, it will throw this error. Cannot get slash test.txt. As soon as you type a static, you can see you are getting this. I am a coder and a YouTuber. Now, what about this last one? That is URL encoded. Parses incoming request URL encoded payloads. Node available with Express 4.16.0 plus. Okay, what happens is sometimes if you want to, let us say, send JSON data, for JSON data you can use this express.json, that is a middleware. Okay, what you can also use is you can also use this express.url encoded middleware, and here let us provide extended through. Okay, so what happens is if you want to send, let us say, form data, let us go to our Postman collection. Uh, let us go to Postman. Let's create a simple route here to accept a line. Let us go ahead and create a simple route here inside our router, log router, router.post slash create. Let us say we are creating a blog app. Uh, we're creating a blog post. Request comma response. Let us just do one thing. Console.log request.body. Okay, and rest.status. You can send status code like this. 201.json. Now message. Okay, blog post create. Success. Okay, so save it, and here we'll go and send a request to. Now app.use blog router like this. If you'll use, you can directly write slash or slash create. But what I will do is here, let me just provide a route here. I have shown you that I can make it route specific. So I'll just make it route specific like slash blog. Okay. Now here what can I do is slash blog slash create. Now I have to send post request inside my body. I don't want this JSON. I will send this form data. Okay, title this is a test. Okay, and let us send a content. This is a test. If I'll send it, it will send me this 201 created. And if I'll show you my console here, let me show you my console. We are getting undefined. Why we are getting undefined? I think the shouldn't be getting undefined. Let me see again. Still getting undefined right here. So let us just enable this JSON middleware as well. So if I resend it, let us see what we get. Undefined, then it's undefined. Where we were getting this undefined. Okay, so after a couple of debugging, I noticed that here actually we are getting this content type as applications JSON. So it was causing that undefined part. So as soon as I remove this, okay, and what should I do is let me just go ahead and just send this as now you can see that it's being sent as this. So still we are getting this application type. Wait a second. Let me just close this. Don't save. Just make the request again. And just let me know one thing that here in my index, let me just move this upwards just to see what happens here now. So see the header application/JSON, but still we are getting this undefined. So here I tried out this part. I tried out this XWWW form URL encoded, and now if I send it, let's see our console, and here we get the title and the content. Okay, so it took a long time to resolve this thing. Apologies for that. So if I'll send it again, I'm getting this title, and if I'll get the shape call down arrow, I want to get the content request.body.content. Okay, for simpler part, always go with this raw, that is the JSON. Okay, so this was a little bit hectic, but most of the time we use this express.json. Okay, so this was the section 4, module 4, or chapter 4 of this video. Okay, see you in the next part in which we'll be learning how we can render out handlebar templates. Okay, handlebars or EJS or any template if I feel better, we'll be learning how to render them. So here we come to our fifth module, Now, in this module, we'll be learning how we can render out handlebar templates in our Express application. Okay, so first of all, what I will do is I'll create a new folder that is 04 handlebars. So, sorry, I have to write a mkdir, or let us say, just write here mkdir handlebars, and here let us go to this handlebars folder and open this in a new window of Visual Studio. Okay. So right here, what I will do is follow the simple steps, and I will create the Express application, and let me come back once I'm done with that. So I have completed the setup here, and now what I will do is I will just go ahead and here, let me just go to expressjs.com. Okay, and here what I'll do is I'll copy this snippet from here. Let me copy that snippet, and here I'll paste it, change something, we zoom it in. Okay, import express from express. Okay, and the port should be 8080. Save it. Now let us just go ahead and write here npm run dev cls npm run dev, and here we get the error. Cannot use import statement. Actually, I forgot this thing. Okay, so now if I go to localhost port 8080, you will see that we are getting hello world response here. Now let us go to guide, and here using template engines. Okay, we'll have a different kind of template engines, and the Express application generator uses Pug as its default. Okay, so Pug is used by default, but it also supports handlebars and keychains. Okay, so here you can see handlebars.js. Actually, this is the templating engine that we can use. But with Express, the specific name is like this. That is Express dash handlebars. And if you'll go here, you'll find Express dash handlebars right here. Okay. So here you can see this is the GitHub repositories. Okay. So you can go to the repository, and you can also read the documentation here without going to repository. I can see they're providing this code snippet right here. So what I'll do is I'll copy this import engine from Express handlebars. Okay, save it, and they're telling module not found because we have not yet installed Express handlebars. So go ahead and install that. Here we have the command to install Express handlebars. Copy this, right click and paste it here. Okay, so as soon as you do that, it will install Express handlebars, and now we shouldn't have any errors. Okay, then we have to do something like this. These three things, these three things. Now let me tell you one by one what these mean. Okay, first of all, it's telling that to use the handlebars engine like this, but here I'll use HPS. Okay, I'll use HPS. Then what I'll do is I'll just write here HPS here. And in this engine, we have a couple of options. Let us provide an extension name that is HPS, and default layout will be main. Now this default layout defaults to this main. Okay, so I will show you how to do this. Now here, let us create a view static script. Okay, now I will create a index.hps file. Now let us go to get bootstrap. Get bootstrap. Okay, And here we'll get the get bootstrap template. Let us go here, read the docs, copy this, okay, copy to clipboard. And here what I'll do is paste it here. Okay, this is the starter template. And what I'll do is here, I will just go ahead and write here, instead of rest.send, I'll write a rest.render index.hps. Okay. Index.hps. And if I reload it, you will see we are getting one error. Error. Okay, no such file or directory open this path. Okay, layout slash main.hps. Now, Express handlebars by default looks for this file, that is layouts slash handlebars slash main.hps. Okay, let us create a layouts folder, and inside this folder, I'll create a file that is named as main.hps. Okay, now I'll copy this, cut this, and paste it here. And here to insert the body dynamically, what I'll do is triple parenthesis. Inside that, I'll type the body. And as soon as I reload it, you'll see we are getting hello world. Okay, we are getting hello world. Actually, what happened is I have to save this. I'll load this again. I can see we are not having anything inside the body. What can I do is I can go ahead and copy a form right here. Okay, I'll just copy a form from here. Copy this, paste it here. Now, sorry, I think it's not copied yet. I have to copy this from here. Okay, I'll copy that and paste it here. And if I reload this, you'll see that this is the form. And in Bootstrap, if you know Bootstrap, you know that there is a class that is named as container class. And this is not a Bootstrap tutorial. If you want a tutorial on Bootstrap, I'll make that. I know most of you will not want any tutorial on Bootstrap. Okay, so here, just format the document, save this, reload it, and you can see that we are having this form here, my3, to have a space of 3 from top and bottom. Okay, so now you can see that this is being rendered as the body in the main.hps. Okay, now how do we pass some variables to our templates? Let us say I want to pass in some variables to values to this form inputs. Okay, so let us say I want to do something like this. Let us say I will, okay, I will create one object, email. Okay, email will be john.roy@gmail.com. Okay, and if I'll go here and write a value is equal to like this and this dot, let us say only email. Now, if I reload it, you will see that I am getting this value right here, johnroy@gmail.com. So you can pass in variables to your templates. Okay. So if I want to render out a title here dynamically, so what can I do? I can write a like this title, and here what I'll do, I'll type it handlebars tutorial. Okay. Handlebars tutorial and reload it. You can see it's blank here because we are not sending any title from the template. Sorry, not from the index.js. We have to send a title from here. Okay. So here to send the title, I'll do something like this. Home, format this. Okay. Now reload. Home handlebars tutorial. Now you can see that we are not having any value right here. Okay. If you are not having any address, let us say I want to send address from this app.js, but I'm not sending here. But I am rendering the address value here. Okay, let us say I'm entering the address file here, or let us say that if I'm going ahead and writing a like, if I have to show these fields, let us say from here, okay, if I want to show these fields, okay, so what can I do? I can write here that if, okay, so here we have handlebars snippets, okay, handlebar snippets, so we can install this trust publisher and install. And after installing this, what can I do here? That is, I can enter if, okay, if I enter if and I am getting this condition right here. So show additional fields. Okay. So if show additional fields, it will show these fields or else it will not show these fields. So if I reload it, you can see it's not showing the fields because we are not passing any variable named show additional fields right here. Let us just pass that here. False. Let us say it's false. So if I reload it, it will still not display anything. If I make it true, reload it, you can see that we are getting this additional fields right now. Okay. So you can go ahead and do something like this. And also one thing is that there is something called elif. Okay. Else additional fields disabled. Okay. Additional fields disabled. Now, if I reload, we don't get any message, but as soon as I make it false, let me write a class text picture. Okay. If I reload it, additional fields disabled. Class danger actually. Okay, so now you can see that it's showing the additional fields disabled. Okay, so this is how you can go for conditional rendering. Also, let me show you that how you can loop through arrays. So let me go to JSON placeholder slash typecode dot typecode dot com slash users. Okay, we'll get an array of 10 users. And what I'll do is I'll copy that. I'll copy these and I will paste it here. Export const users is equal to an array. Okay. Now we have got an array of 10 users. Now what can I do is here I can pass in the users. Okay. After passing in the users, what can I do is here I can write something like this div dot row dot call md4 then for I think this extension is not working properly. Let me just uninstall that. This extension is not working properly. I have to write here manually hashtag for, okay, for users slash for. Okay, so what can I do is here I can just go ahead and render a card, a bootstrap card. Okay, to render a bootstrap card, what I'll do is I'll just write a dot card dash body. Okay, h5 dot card then title. Here I'll write name. Let us say we want to get the user's name. And if I reload this now, missing helper form. So actually, let me see the documentation for handlebars. Okay. So guide, let us go to guide, and here I want to see about helpers, built-in helpers. So I think okay, it's actually hashtag each, not for. Okay, and here what I'll do is I'll just reload it, and you can see this is appearing like this. Actually, what should I do is let me bring this call MD4 right here, format document, okay, save it, reload it. You can see this is appearing right there. Okay, we're getting the user name right here. And if you want to also populate additional data, let us say we want to get this particular data, that is the name from company. Can you do something like this? Let us shift all down arrow and let us just name it as this is a paragraph tag. Okay, so if I reload this, okay, so we can get the company name something like this. Okay, so if I'll see the company name, okay, so we can get the company name something like this. Okay, if you want, you can populate additional data. And also what I'll do is I'll type here, uh, let's populate two. Okay, so now this looks good. So what I want to do is I want to just go ahead and render out a partials folder. I will create a partials folder, and here I'll create underscore user card.hbs. Okay. Now what can I do is cut this, paste it here. Okay. Format document, paste it here. And what I will do is I'll just go ahead and write here something like this. Okay. Underscore user card. Okay. Then this refers to each of the particular user. Now if I reload this, you can see we have no effect, but we are rendering this particular partial here. Okay, so if you read the documentation, okay, so what happens is sometimes we get nested arrays. Okay, we get nested arrays. Let us say, like if you are getting nested arrays, what you have to do is you have to go a loop upper, like providing this dotted slash. Now, if you know or not, while typing out or going one directory up, you have to type this dotted slash. Also, if you're inside a nested loop, if you want to go one loop up, okay, so you have to type this dotted slash so that you can get into the upper loop, okay, or the outside loop, okay. So now you can see the with helper allows you to change the evaluation context of template part. You can obviously go for this built-in helpers, the hooks, okay, and block helpers. You can go with this, okay, you can go with this. But I think these things were enough. But one thing is left, that is registering helpers with Express handlebars. So here what I will do is to register helpers with Express dash handlebars. Okay, so let us read the documentation right here. Okay, how we can register handlebars helpers. Okay, built-in helpers. Now, if I want to register some helpers, I can do something like this. Okay, so here let us just go ahead and write write a helper, or let us say create a helper. So inside this root folder, I'll create a helpers folder, and helpers actually. Let us create one hps.js. Okay. Now export. Okay. Let us say const first helper. Okay. First helper, and just write here return. Okay. Just write here return. This is my first helper. Okay. And just type a colon and just bring in a text here. Okay, let's just bring in a text plus text. Okay. Now export this first helper here. Export this first helper, and here where we were providing the settings for HPS, let us provide helpers object here. Okay, so right here, what we can do is we can do something like this and just title first helper. Okay, first helper, and here what should I do is here before company name, I'll provide my first helper right here. First helper right here. And if I denote this, you can see that I am getting this. This is my first helper, and this is the text argument that I'm providing. Remember that whatever you provide after this first helper will be going straight to the first helper. Okay, that we have registered right here. We have created this and registered the helper right here. Okay, so in the next module, in the next section, or in the next chapter, we'll be learning how we can connect, or let us say we will be uh, feeding out a blog application without using any database. Okay, we'll be using only JSON file and file system module. So thank you everyone. So let's meet in the next section. So welcome back to module number 6 of our crash course. Now in this module, we'll be building out our first project, that is a blog application without using any database. So here what I'll do is I will create project one directory. Okay. And in this project one directory, what I'll do is I'll go into this project one directory. Open this with another Visual Studio Code window. Okay. And right here, let us just set up everything that we do. Okay. Implement -y. Then we will go here, change the type to module and license to MIT. Okay. Now right here, what I'll do is I'll install express dash handlebars. Okay. Let us wait. Now we are getting express and express handlebars. Now what I'll also do is I will also install something called gray matter and mount. Now I'll tell you what's the use of this gray matter and mount. Okay. Now I'll install Node 1 as a dev dependency. Okay. So right here what I'll do is I will go ahead and create index.js file. Okay. And I'll also create a content directory. Now in this index.js file, let me go to the ExpressJS documentation. ExpressJS.com. Okay, copy the snippet from here, paste it here. Okay. Blog app listening on port, this port. and let us just import express from express. Okay, and change the port to 8080. Okay, now what I will do is I will go ahead and create a directory content. Okay. Now in this content directory, what I will do is I will store all the content in markdown formats. Okay. So right here, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and in this content. Okay. Let me create a hello world. Okay. Now here I'll write title hello world. Okay. Then tagline. Let us say hello world. Author will be it's a code flux. You can type your name also. Code flux. Okay. I think these are better. We don't need anything else. Also date. Date will be 13th of July 2025. Okay. Or we can also type like this slash 07 dash 2024 25. Sorry. Just type here double hashtags. Okay. Let us just write it. This is my first post on this blog. Okay, save it. Now, how do we read these files? Now, here something comes that is called file system module, that is FS module. Okay, so let us go ahead and try to read out these files. So here, what I'll do is I'll import FS from FS. Okay, and here what I'll do is const files is equal to fs dot read dir. Okay, read dir. Then I'll just provide your okay. I'll just provide your import. Let us also import this path module. Path module with path dot join underscore underscore not underscore underscore the name actually. What I will do is I will define two variables right here. Const underscore underscore file name is equal to file URL to path. Okay, import meta URL. Okay, and const underscore underscore the name. Okay, is equal to path dot the name. Okay, path dot the name, and here I write underscore underscore file name. Okay. We can either declare these two variables, or what we can do is actually here you can write directly import dot meta dot the name. Okay, dot, then we can write here content. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll just type in console.log files. Console.log files. Now here, what I'll do, I'll just define two scripts. One is def load mod index.js. Okay, and another one is a start script. Load index.js. Okay, just run this application and npm run dev. Okay, now let us see what happens if we go to localhost port 8080. Let us see what happens. The CD argument must be of type function received undefined. Where at the am I not reading the content? What's happening here? So after a couple of debugging, what I found is we have to use this instance promises. Okay, this will be an asynchronous function, and we have to await this part. Okay, just reload it, and let us see what we get inside our console. Yeah, now you can see that we are getting the array of files. Now, what you have to do is actually here, what you have to do is const post is equal to, let us say, one array. Okay, now here why I am using gray matter library is to gray dash matter npm. Okay, now here, so here you can see this is the gray matter library. Pass front matter from a string file or format, string or file. Okay, now what do you mean by front matter? Front matter is the part is this one. Okay, this is the front matter that will be extracting using gray matter. Okay, so what I'll do is I will go ahead and here I will go ahead and write something like this: import matter, and what happened like this. Okay, import star as matter from gray matter. Now it's showing something like this. Matter is okay. So here what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and write here const posts is equal to files dot map file, yeah, files dot map file, and here what I'll do is const content, or let's say front matter. Let's just read the content. Content is equal to await fs dot read file. Okay, we will provide the entire file path, make it an async function. Okay, what I'll do is I'll provide the entire path. Provide the entire path, and then along with the file name. Okay, along with the file name, and then let us provide also the encoding, that is UTF UTF-8 encoding. Okay, then what I'll do is I'll go ahead and write here now matter. Okay, return matter. Okay, now the input will be content. Just try to console log, or let us say send a JSON response. I'll try to see what you're getting in the JSON response to, we'll send a JSON response here, save it, reload it, and you get one empty object. Now matter is not a function. What happened? Actually, what's happening is we have to do something like matter.matter. So let us just directly import matter from here. Save it. Let us see what happens now. Let us reload. Still nothing. Mm, so let me see what's wrong. Getting this object promise. Still we're getting nothing. Why? Promise pending. So actually what was happening is that I have imported from FS promises, but that was not working. What I did is I reverted back to import FS from FS and replaced this read.dir with read.dir sync and this one to read.dir file sync. Okay. Sorry, read file sync. So I replaced both of the function names and I also removed the async keyword from both of these anonymous functions. Okay, so right now you can see that we are getting our post right here. So let us just go ahead and also create a page to see whether we can read a single blog post or not. Okay, I'm just returning the JSON responses, but what I will do is I'll show you how you can render inside your template. Okay, so let us just go ahead to /blog/plug. Okay, now what I have to do is here. Okay. Here I will return data, spread the data here. Also, the slug. How the slug will be generated? File. Actually, this should be one object. File dot split. Okay. File dot split. Can write a dot. Okay. And just write a zero. Now, if I'll show you that what we are getting, now you can see that we are getting the slug right here. So this is important if you get the slug right here. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and write post. I don't need to read the entire directory. Okay, rather what I'll do is I will just write here file is equal to, okay, copy this, paste it here, and we don't have the file name, rather we have the request dot forums dot slug plus dot mv. Okay, toggle border. Now here what I'll do is I'll just write a post is equal to, or let us say data which equals to matter. Matter, what will be the input? The input will be file. Better name it as file content. Content. And another one is const content is equal to marked dot parse. Okay. Marked dot parse file content. Okay. Save it. And if I'll go to, okay, so let us just send this dot data slash content. Okay, so I'll go to slash log slash hello dash world. Let us see what we get. Yes, we are getting the content as an HTML right here. And actually, okay, so actually what we have to do is we have to just get the content from here. Okay, parsed to HTML. Okay, parse to HTML. Now here we have to pass in the content. Okay, let us just return content as parse to HTML. Reload it. Okay, so here we have to get the data as well as the content from matter file content. Then you have to pass that to the HTML using mark.parse. Now we can get this HTML right here. Okay, so let us just go ahead and configure Express Handlebars. So import engine from Express Handlebars. Okay, app.engine. Okay. The extension will be HDS. Okay, now engine that is coming from Express Handlebars. Now what we can do is we can either extend that is HPS. Okay, that is my extension name. Default layout will be, let us say, base. Okay, the default layout is base. I don't think we require any other configuration. Yeah, we will require some helpers, but not right now. Okay, now app dot set. Okay, app dot set that is engine. So let us set the view engine to HTS. Okay. Now for simplicity, what I'll do is I'll use Bootstrap. Let us go to get Bootstrap. Read the docs. Copy this entire code from here. Okay. I'll just create a fuse directory, layouts directory, inside which I'll create a base.hps file. Paste it right here. Click body. And what I'll do is I'll also copy the navbar. So I'm back after a tea break. Now here I have to copy the navigation bar and go here to the partials folder. Now I have already told you that how to render the partials. Get a partials folder. Then we'll create underscore navbar HPS. Paste it right here, and to render this partial, what I'll do is I'll go here in my base.hps, provide double curly braces, okay, a greater than sign, and underscore navbar. Save this, and if I reload this, not here. Actually, I'm not rendering any template. So let us just create one index.hps file. Okay, so here what I'll do, I will just render out some cards. Let me bring cards from here. Card, there is my card. This is a card that will be rendering. Okay, so dot row, okay, dot call mp4. Okay, let us do one thing right here. What I'll do is I will just write hashtag each, okay, hashtag each post slash each, and what I'll do, I'll just write here underscore postcard, and this will refer to each individual post. Okay, so let us create a partial that is underscore postcard dot hps. Paste it right here. Now if I reload this, we have not yet rendered any. Okay, just send a status code of 200. Okay, dot render. Okay, dot render. What I'll render? I'll render index. Reload it, and you can see this is my navigation bar right here. Okay, what can I also do is we can also go ahead and write something like this: navbar dash dark and bg dash dark. Now I know that this thing is deprecated right here. Okay, this thing is deprecated. Rather, what you should do is actually here, uh, data bs theme is equal to dark. Now you can find this in the documentation, official documentation. Okay, database theme dark. This will just change the theme. Okay, BG dark is necessary. BG dark. Okay, so if you read the documentation, you can know that what is deprecated, what is not. Now, as we are not passing any posts right here, let us go ahead and pass the posts. Save it, reload, and you can see that you're getting this postcard here. Now it's actually overflowing. So what I'll do is in my index.hps, let us just wrap everything inside a container dot my3. Okay, now we are getting this card here, but we need to get one image. So let us go to vectz. Okay, so if you go to vectz, you can find a lot of vector related images. So I'll just typing. Okay, I'm just typing. Okay, so I need PNGs. Actually, vector, yeah. So I need a vector image. Let me see which one looks good. I think this one looks good. This one looks good. So I'll just download this. Okay. So what you need to also do is they are telling that you have to also attribute that what you're using or not. Okay. So it has been downloaded, but it's in a zip format. So what I'll do, I will just go here and just extract this, go here, copy this. Okay. Copy this inside my documents, YouTube courses. I will go to where is my Express crash course. Project 1. Let us also create a public directory. Paste it here. Okay. Default. Okay, default.jpg. And what I'll do is I will go ahead and write here app.use the middleware that is express.static. Express.static. And which directory I'll be serving? I'll be serving to slash static. This is the URL on which my static files will be served, and I'll be serving the public directory. Now, right here, what I'll do is inside my in underscore postcard.xps partial, I will just write here slash static, not inside all. Inside all, let us just write default thumbnail. Okay, default thumbnail. And right here, what I'll do is I'll just write slash static slash default.jpg. Okay, just reload it and you can see that we are getting this default.jpg. Now what's happening here is that actually here we have to provide .call md4. I think that is provided here now. .call md4. So actually what happens is Bootstrap provides a grid of 12, that is 3 items in each row. If I'm providing call md4, if you provide call md3, they will just provide you 4 items in each row. Okay, so we'll be rendering like this. And here what I'll do, I'll just render the title. Okay, reload it. Now what will happen is if this title overflows, okay, let us say we're typing a longer title, so they will mismatch the height of each card, okay, in each row. Now what I'll do is also let us just render the tagline. Okay, tagline, reload it, hello world, and here I'll just write slash blog slash, and here I'll just write slug. Okay, I will more, reload it, just write a T block so that it spans the full width. Okay, btn outline, then I'll provide a dark, reload it. Okay, so if I click this, you can see I'm redirected to this page, but this page doesn't render any of the templates. Okay, so what we can do is actually right here, we can just go ahead and create a post.hps file. Okay, post.hps file. Now what we can do is dot container. Okay, dot container my3. Now here, what I need to do is I need to go here and just instead of doing rest.json, I'll just do a rest.render. Okay, post, and what I'll pass is I'll pass post, okay, which will contain these things. Okay, what are those things? That is dot data. I'll spread out data as well as I'll provide content. Okay, now format document. Now after formatting it, let us save that, and right here, let us provide h1. Okay, h1. This will have post dot title. Reload it. Now you can see we're getting the post title. Now in the navigation, just let me do some fixes that this should be the name of our application. Let us say we're naming it as BlogX. Okay. And just change the href to the links. Remove active from here. Reload it. Okay. Now what we can also do is let me just remove this from here. Shift all down arrow. Okay. So just write about us and just let us say contact us and BPN primary. Okay, this is the navigation. Okay, so I'll not do any further modification to this nav. Okay, so right here, what I'll do is inside the post.hps, I'll also render a P with class text mutant. Now, text mutant means that it will have a grayish type of variant in the color. Okay, so I'll just write here the post.author, post.author, and ampersand bool. Okay, so I'll just write here post.date. Okay, just reload it. You can see we're getting the post date and the post author. And here, let me just provide hr.my3. Now to render the post content, okay, I'll just write it. If I write just like this post.content, what it will do is it will not parse the, okay. So right here you can see that it's parsing the HTML right here. Okay, post.content by getting the HTML right here. So let us see. This is my first post on this blog. So actually what's happening is it's rendering it in plain text format. Just reload it. Okay, so actually for content we have to like means bring in the parse to HTML path, not the plain content. This will return a string. You can see that this is returning a string, but rather we need to get the HTML of the post content. Okay, so if I'll just write like this, you can see that it's not parsing the HTML properly. Just instead of double curly braces, I'll provide triple curly brace. So it will just parse my HTML like this. Okay, right here. So now I think that we had done with the this part. Okay. Now what I'll do is I'll bring a couple of blocks right here and I'll just populate them. So as you can see, I have brought three more blocks here. Okay. So let me show you our block layout. Sorry, accidentally opened another window. So let me show you my blog window. If I reload here, you can see that we are getting the post right here. Okay, we're getting the post right here. Now what I will do is I will go ahead and here I have some additional things that I'll remove. That is this date. Actually, I brought this from my portfolio website blog. Okay, I have another portfolio website. So I forgot to just edit this. So just I'm editing this. Now you'll find the source code in the description box. Just fixed something. If I back Node.js. Okay, just reload it. And you can see that we're getting the slugs right here. Now what's happening is that these are being sorted in alphabetical manner. Now you can see right here that it's not being adjusted as per the height of other cards. So what I'll do is I'll create a helper. Okay, I'll create a helper here. Let us create helpers directory. Okay, and inside this helpers directory, what I'll do is I'll just create one xps.js. Okay, so export const, okay, strip data is equal to, let us say, text and length. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just pass in if text dot length is greater than length, okay, is greater than length, then what I'll do is I'll just return text dot slice, okay, 0 to length, 0 to length, and then just write a dot dot dot, or else just return the text if it's not returned. Return the text. Okay, so here what I'll do inside my index.js, just register the helpers here to strip. So I'm not getting auto suggestions from strip data. Okay, format document, save it, and in my postcard, what I'll do is I'll just write a strip data. Okay, and just write a 20. Just write a 20. If I reload it, let us see what happens here. And localhost refused to connect. What happened here? Let me see. Okay, so actually in module, we have to provide this extension that I forgot. If I reload, now you can see that we are getting the proper height, but this particular tagline is also overflowing. I think that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Uh, the tagline must not be an issue, but also let us just provide the tagline strip data. Okay, I'll just provide a 40 just in case, 40, and reload. I can see that it's being stripped right here. Okay, 40 till 40, or let us say 60. Reload it. Okay, now so here what I'll do is for this card, I'll provide one class, another class that is mxauto and my2. Okay, mxauto and my2. Now if I go here, you can see that we are getting this code, but this is not looking beautiful as we want it. So what I'll do is I'll bring a library that is called Prism.js. Okay, Prism.js. Just download it. Select all languages, and right here the website is lagging a lot. Okay, wait a second. This website is lagging a lot. I don't know why. Selected all the languages, or also this copy to clipboard button. Let us wait. Right here, this website is lagging a lot. So I'll just click on this download CSS and download JS. Downloads, copy these two files, go inside our folder that is courses express crash course public. Here what I'll do is I'll create images folder. Okay, CSS folder, and then a JS folder. Now I'll just segregate everything, just put it right here. Okay, why I'm doing this is I want to also just download these files. Okay, I'll just also download these files. These are the bootstrap files that I'll be downloading because I don't want any, if this bootstrap site, if some cases arise where this bootstrap site crashes, so what will happen is we'll not be able to get this CSS anymore. Okay, so I'm just saving all these CSS and JS files. Okay, just save all the CSS and JS files by bootstrap as well. Save it. Okay, now right here what I'll do is I will just static slash images slash default.jpg. Okay, and here inside my base.hps what I'll do is I'll just replace this entire thing with link css slash static slash css slash bootstrap dot min dot css. Okay, also the script src will be slash static slash js slash bootstrap dot min dot js. Now, if I provide the Prism CSS and JS library directly here, it will be unnecessarily rendered on each and every page, which I don't want. So what I'll do is I'll just create another layout file that is post layout.hps here. We can also create separate layouts for separate pages. I had not told you about this. Okay, but we can do something like this. Just write up prism.css and here also write prism.js. This is a post layout prism.js. Now here what I'll do is I'll just enter this layout on purpose right here for post. Just write a layout. Okay, now post layout, and as soon as I save this and reload this, we are not getting any effects. Why? Uh, Second, I am rendering. Oh, sorry. Actually, it should be outside this post object layout. Okay, layout, and here post layout. Save it, reload it, and now you can see that we're getting this the amazing code highlighting part here. Okay, we can do a lot of styling filter. Now, the problem is that I'm not getting the date writer. Why I'm not getting the date? So let me see in post.hps, post.date. Why I'm not getting this post.date? Let me see what's happening. Okay, so I'm actually getting this created right here. Okay, save this, reload it, and here you can see that we are getting the date as well. Now we can also create one helper, okay, that can parse this date. Okay, now I think that you can do yourself. Now the thing is that we have to also change this title. Now in the layout, what I'll do is I'll just manually bring in title. I have to also pass this title to each and every template. Okay, block X title and right here block X. Title is home for our slash route. Okay, and for our post route, what will be the title? The title is, for the title, I'll just pass here data dot title. Okay, just reload it, and you can see that create protected routes blocx. Okay, if I'll go to home, I can read all the content right here. Now, what I can also do is like I can also render out the tagline right here. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just go ahead into my post.hps. Okay, reload it again, We will learn how to create protected routes in React Router V7. Now I have one exercise for you. Okay, that is you have to build out the search functionality manually. I have already told you that how you can read query parameters using Express. Okay, so you have to build the search functionality. What you have to do is you have to filter out the blocks and those you have to return those blogs whose title, okay, whose title or tagline just contain the search text. Okay, they will contain this search text, and you have to use this particular layout only that you have to render using cards. Okay, so it's an exercise for you. So just solve this exercise and comment down below. Let us proceed to our next module where we'll be learning about how to integrate MongoDB with Express. So this is our module number 7 in ExpressJS crash course. Now in this module, what we'll be learning is we'll be learning how we can integrate MongoDB with our ExpressJS application. So let us go ahead, and here I am inside my folder. Now here first of all let me create another folder 06 Mongoose, okay, or let us say MongoDB. Now, what is MongoDB? MongoDB is a NoSQL database which is used to store documents in the JSON format, or you can say JavaScript object format. Okay, so if I'll show you about MongoDB, if I'll go ahead and go to mongodb.com. Okay, now this is the URL where you can download MongoDB community server. So here you can download MongoDB community server. Okay, so let me show you. Right here, this is the page from where you can download your MongoDB community server. Okay. Now, after clicking on download, it will download the installer file. You have to execute that, follow up the instructions, okay, and install MongoDB on your computer. Now, sometimes what happens is there's another GUI part, which is followed by this community server doesn't get installed automatically sometimes. So just check if you have this thing installed. That is called MongoDB Compass. If not, let me show you that products, inside products you have under tools you have Compass. So you can download this one for your system. Okay. So if MongoDB Compass is not available, you have to just download this on the system. Okay, right away. So follow the instructions and install it. It's very simple. That is not so complicated. If you are someone who doesn't want to work with local instance of MongoDB, wants to work with cloud MongoDB, most welcome. You have the option for Atlas. That is the cloud MongoDB on cloud. Okay. So go ahead, click on get started, and you have to log in to your account here. Okay, click on sign in. If you have not yet created any account, you can go ahead and create an account. Click on Google. Okay, now they will be signing you in to your MongoDB Cloud account, and you may be asked to create a project. But here I already have a project that is named YouTube tutorial. Now, after coming here, you can just create out your own cluster. Now they'll have three starter templates. Now I'll be selecting this free. They'll automatically assign you a number. Okay, I've selected this free. They'll automatically assign you this cluster name, that is cluster 0, and then you can choose your provider, AWS, Google Cloud, or Microsoft Azure. Now you can select your nearest region. I have selected Mumbai. Okay, then click on create deployment. Now after some time, what will happen is it will start deploying your database. Now here are some connection methods which you can choose, but will come here after this has been provisioned. This is being created right now, and here we have one thing, that is network access. Okay, now we have these two things. Okay, now this includes our current IP address, and this also includes our current IP address. Now what will happen is actually this means the database is can be accessed from any IP address I want. Okay, I'll be changing the, okay, so here is the database user that you have to create. Okay, now edit password and auto generate my password, copy that and update the user because I've forgotten my old password. Now here if I'll see about my clusters, so they're still deploying that. Okay, now they're loading the sample data set. Now what we can do is now click on this connect. Okay, and then click on drivers. Okay, because we'll be using node.js. Okay, we'll be using node.js. So let us just create click drivers, or let us just click compass for now. Now here we have our database, not database, actually it's the complete URI to our application. Copy this and go inside MongoDB compass. Okay, now after going inside MongoDB compass, what I'll do is I'll create a new connection. Wait a second. I'll create a new connection right here. If I'll click a new connection, you can see this is the local host that will be provided by default, but I want to use this cluster. Okay, no color. Let us just provide it orange color. Okay, and this will be my password. Okay, this will be my password, and I'll do this and paste it here. Save and connect. Now, after I do the save and connect, I can connect to my Atlas instance, or let us say cloud instance of MongoDB. Now you can see that they are loading some of the sample dataset. We can use the sample dataset, but I'll be showing you how you can make them from scratch. Okay, so let us go ahead and connect to the local instance of MongoDB. I can see I have a bunch of databases right here. I work on couple of projects, so I have a bunch of databases. So let me just click on this three dots and click on this copy connection string. Come here and just go inside 06 MongoDB. Okay, and open this with another window Visual Studio Code. And I'll be back after setting up this entire application. Okay, or let me show you just how do I set up the entire application. Okay, so just maximize this. We'll be installing Express, and the connection for the connection to our database will be using something called Mongoose. There are two packages mainly. One is Mongoose, one is MongoDB. Okay, so we'll be using Mongoose package. So let us also install Mongoose with Express. And it showed me this error. What happened? And here what happened here? Oh, I think there's some trailing comma in the package.json. Rerun this command. I can see that it has installed the dependencies. I also install the dev dependency, that is node1. Okay, so we'll install this node1 dependency. And let us do one thing, that let us define some scripts. Okay, so right here you can see that I have defined these two scripts and just create one index.js file. Let's go to expressjs.com, and as we have this code snippet, we don't have to worry about writing any single line. So import express from express. Okay, import express from express 8080 port. Okay, and also let me tell you that here what we can do is we can import Mongoose and define the connection here, but that is not a good practice to just make a clutter of everything right here. So what I'll do is I'll create a DB folder inside which I will create one index.js folder. Index.js folder. Okay. Now to read environment variables, what we'll be doing is we'll be storing our MongoDB variables inside a .env file. So here what I'll do is I'll create a .env file at the root level. Okay. And just right here. Wait a second. So I'll be just okay, so I just toggle screencast mode so everything is visible to you. So here I'll type MongoDB colon double forward slash localhost. Okay, 27017. Okay, 27017. Now here I remembered everything. 27017. Here I remembered everything because I work a lot with MongoDB. So right here what I'll do is I'll provide another slash and just write here 06 MongoDB. Okay, and let me tell you another thing that here we can also install one extension that is named as MongoDB extension. Okay, here you can see that we have this MongoDB for VS Code. We can also install this extension. Now this will help a lot without opening your MongoDB MongoDB, it will help a lot in querying your databases. Okay, so after installing this, here you can see this MongoDB icon. Click on this add connection. Okay, and connect. Click on this connect. You have to enter your string, that is this localhost. Press enter. Now, after pressing enter, you can see that create playground. Now, here we have a playground right here, but they have provided a lot of things right. So what I'll do is I will just write my own custom code. Okay, own custom code. I'll not use this code right here. So what I'll do is I'll come here and reload this local instance here. I will create a new database 06 MongoDB. Okay, and a collection named as blogs. So let us say we are creating this collection named as blogs, and here what I'll do is I'll just type use 06 MongoDB. Okay. Now dp dot I actually so db dot get collection. We can say blogs. Okay, blogs dot find. Okay, so right here, cancel. I'll not save this. And if I'll run this, you'll see that yes, I want to run everything. Here you can see that we are getting one empty playground result because we don't have any blocks present here, right? Okay. Now, if I'll do something like db.get collection, okay, get collection blocks dot insert dot insert, let us say title. Okay, this is a tutorial, and let us say let me insert this slug. Okay, this is a tutorial. Author, let us say, and the author was large content. This is a tutorial made during ExpressJS crash course. Okay, and then for created at or created, I can just write a new date. Okay, now as soon as I run this, what it will do is it will insert documents. Okay, I can see that inserted IDs. This is the object ID that will be getting. Now, if you go inside MongoDB, or let us say not going inside MongoDB, if you just run the find query right here, if you just run the find query, if you run this, yes. If I run this, you can see that I am getting this underscore ID, dollar $OID. That means it's an object ID. Okay, title, slug, author, content, created, and we get the date right here. If I reload this, you can see that we are getting this block right here. Now you can do something like this, or else let me show you another thing. Okay, if I'll save this, I can save this right here. Okay, I can save this right here. So where is the folder? Let me see. Just let me save this playground file. Okay, I have saved this playground file. Now, whenever you want, you can just query out the database using this dot playground one dot mongodb dot js. Okay, now what I'll do is I will just go ahead, create a connection, export async function, or let us say export const connect to database or connect DB, let us say connect DB, which equals to async function. And here what I'll do is I will install a package that is named as .env. Now I think I missed it in between, but I'll be installing this .env file, sorry, package. Now here I'll be just writing simply import .env slash config. Now this will read the env configurations from the root level. Okay, here is our .env and here is our MongoDB instance. Okay, so right here what I'll do is just await the connection, because sometimes what happens is if we go into production, we'll be using the MongoDB Atlas and our database may be situated in some different country. So we need to just await the connection so that we ensure smooth flow. Okay, so right here what I'll do is I'll just write process.env dot mongodb underscore URL. Okay, now I will just do one thing. I'll just wrap them in a try catch block because sometimes we may get errors. Okay, now console.log connected to database, or let us say MongoDB. Okay, now throw error, just write that throw error. Now here what I'll do is first of all, what I'll do is I will just try to connect to my database, connect DB. just try to connect to database dot, then after connection I'll just create out the server. Okay, after connection I'll just create out the server and dot catch. ERR. Okay, now just write a process dot exit. One, it will just exit the entire process. Now why I'm doing this is to ensure smooth flow. First we'll try to connect our database, then we'll be exiting through the process if we get any errors. Okay, so let me just save this. Let me, now here you can say that we are getting one error because here we'll be importing from dot slash db slash index.js. Okay, just imported it from here. Now, as soon as I save this, you can see first it's trying to connect to MongoDB, then it's trying to run the application. Okay. Now then here what we can do is we can actually create models. Models here I'll create a block.model.js. Okay. Block.model.js or just simply name it as block.js if you want to keep it simpler. Now I'll import mongoose from mongoose and schema from mongoose. Okay. Also schema from mongoose. Now what is a schema? So if I write a const block schema equals to new schema. Okay, just write a title, type string. Okay, type string and required true tagline. Let me just write first, then I'll explain what I'm doing. Okay, so let me just explain you what did I just write here. I wrote it very fast. So right here, first of all, we are importing mongoose from mongoose and schema from mongoose module. Then here we are defining a schema. Now what's a schema? Now remember that in SQL databases, what you used to do is you used to declare a table structure, like you had to declare the constraints like primary key, varchar, text, and a lot of constraints were there. Now, do the table structure was like stored in columns. Okay. Now here what happens is in Mongoose, all the all these properties you can see here, all these properties, title, tagline, slug, author, content, now you can treat them as the table or the column names of a specific table. Now what will happen is each and every document that will be creating, or each and every data that will be inserting to this particular block model, what will happen is each and every model will have all of these properties. Now what I wrote here, this timestamps true. Now if we write this, what will happen is two fields that will be automatically included. Okay, two fields that are one is updated at, another is created at. They will be inserted automatically, which we were doing manually right here while we were manually inserting a document to our blocks collection. Now, as we have defined the schema, it's very easy for us to see what kind of data we are storing, what are the properties of the specific data that we're storing. Okay, right here we can see. And another thing is we can also define foreign key, or you can define relationships one to one, one to many, many to one. Okay, there are a lot of relationships, but for now, let me just tell you that is one to one. Let us say we also have author dot model dot js. Okay, and author model can just copy this from blog, and just let us have the name of the author, and let us say email of the author. Let us say we have these two things only for author. Okay, just replace everything. Now what I'll do is shift right click, format document. Here also right click and format document. Save it. Now you can see it's beautified right here. Okay. So now what can I do is inside my index.js, while when I'm creating my application, let us say when I'm creating this application or when I'm visiting slash route, I want that const new author. Okay, new author is equal to await. Now to use this await keyword, we have to mark this anonymous function as async await author model dot create. Okay, author model dot insert. Okay, we have this insert one, but we don't have that insert. Instead of insert, we can just write here author model dot create. Author model dot create. Now right here we can write the name and the email. Okay, now as soon as I write this, as soon as I write this, what will happen is, let me just format the document. As soon as I write this and visit my application on port 8080, what will happen is it will create another. You can see this is my authors collection, and inside this we have this particular document, and it has all the properties that we had defined in our schema. Now if you want a very deeper knowledge of how mongoose works, we have the official documentation. Okay, that is mongosejs.com, from where you can read the entire guide about defining your schema, creating a model, IDs, instance, statics, query helpers, indexes, virtual. I don't think that you will require everything from this. Okay. So right here, I created this document, and we have this block. Now let me just delete this block out. I'll just delete that block. Now what I'll do is I need to set up a connection between a block and this author model. Now to set up a connection between this block and author model, we have this author model right here. Now this type will be a special type, that is mongoose dot types dot object ID. Now this is a special type through which we can create our connections, and here we have to write a reference. Which model will be referring to? Will be referring to the author model. Okay. Now as soon as I do this, what can I do now is that I can just write a const new block. Okay, We can also do something like this. We can write it just new, then blog model. Okay, new then blog model. Now just write your title. Let me just bring them from my playground code. I don't want to insert them again manually. Okay, not manually. I'll be not inserting them manually again. Just I brought this snippet, and right here what I'll do is I'll go ahead to my authors, copy my this author ID, copy this author ID and paste it here. This should be a string in fact. Okay, and here what can I do is I can call await new block dot save, new block dot save, and instead of sending hello world, just let us just send a JSON that is the new block. Okay. If I reload this, now block validation failed because path tagline is required. Okay, path tagline is required. Save it. Okay, now if I reload it, you can see we are getting this document right here. Okay, we are getting this document, title, tagline, slug, author, content underscore ID, created at and updated at. Now, if I run this code to this route again and again, it will just go ahead and create many documents all together. Now, if I show you my blogs, I can see that it is storing it as an object ID because in the schema we have already defined that this should be stored as an object ID right here. Now, let me tell you about querying the databases. Okay, format document. Let me tell you about querying the databases. Now, to query the database, let me write a const blogs is equal to await block model. Okay, dot find. We have three things: find, find one, and find by ID. First of all, let us just write here find. Now this find method, what it returns is it returns an array of, okay, an array of results. So if I'll not provide any query right here, what can I do? I can just query out all the documents, and you can see it's returning it in the form of an array. You can see the square brackets right here. Now if I'll do one thing, let's do one thing, that let us insert another document. I'll just insert another document with the same author ID. Now what I want to do is, let us say I want to find based on the author, based on the author. Now, if I'll copy the author from here, this author ID, and paste it here, if I reload it, you can see we are getting both of these documents. Now, if I want to find it by one only, meant if I want only one document, what it will return? It will return the first occurrence of the document. Okay, so it will return the first occurrence of the document. Now, third thing is to find by ID. Now, find by ID, it just returns one document only. Okay, it will just return an object. Now, let me just copy this. Or let me just go ahead inside my blocks array, copy the object ID for my second block. Okay, just reload it, and you can see that we are getting a single object right here. Okay, and also third thing is the find one. Find one I have already told you, but let me show you that another property is there. Sorry, another method is there for this part. Okay, let us say I want to select by author, or let us say slug. this is a tutorial. Okay, and if I write a dot populate, now here we can populate multiple fields. So if I'll show you that how we can populate, I want to populate author. Okay, I want to populate author. If I reload, you can see if I write a dot populate author, now the matching document from the author model, which has the same underscore ID. Okay, remember, if you remember, we are storing the object ID of author. Okay, we are storing the author ID right here. Now, if you run populate, it will populate the nested, it will return this nested object which will have the populated author item. We get the name, email, created at, and updated at. Okay. And we can also do one thing, that if you want to exclude this underscore v from this particular document right here, which is being returned by this find one, just write a dot select minus underscore v. Okay, now if I'll do something like this, you can see that underscore v has been excluded. If I want to exclude multiple things, let us say I want to also exclude this uh, created at and updated at. If I want to exclude this, you can see this will be also excluded. Okay, so this is how this Mongo's works. Okay, and also the thing is that here, what I'll do is I'll also show you that how you can update your document. Okay, so let us say I want to just update a document. Okay, const updated is equal to await blog model. Now we have similar kind of filters, but here what we can do is we can write a find by ID and update. Means we can first find the block by ID. We can find the block by ID. Let me copy this. Okay, let me copy this. First find the block by ID, and here we'll be using this dollar set. And right here what we can do is we can just set the title, that is this is a tutorial 2, and write here updated. Now as soon as I reload this page, let me show you. As soon as I reload this page and go here, you can see updated. But this updated ad will be updated every time I update this particular document. Okay, and we can also use the find one method or find by ID method. Okay, and we also have one thing that is called update many. Okay, we can also use this update menu, but we least require that update menu function. Okay, update menu method. So if I want to just delete this particular document, okay, so find by ID and delete. Okay, find by ID and delete. And if I want to delete this document, comment out this. If I want to delete the document, reload this. And if I reload it here, you can see that the first document has been deleted. Okay, so the first document has been deleted. Now, why did it? Oh shit. Oh, I just did the wrong thing. What is that? Is I just ran this find one and delete. What did what it did is it deleted the first document instead of this one. Okay, so you have to do it carefully. Find by ID and delete. Okay, now if I run this, it will delete this remaining. Sorry, I have to reload this page, refresh it, and you can see that the document has gone. Now, this was all about MongoDB that I had to tell you. Okay, I know there's a lot of things, but we don't require those advanced properties right here in this crash course. We'll be covering that later on in some other videos. Okay, so let us proceed to our module number 8. In that module, I'll be, uh, 1 second. So in the next module, we'll be learning about cookies and session middleware through which we can manage cookies and our sessions. Okay, so let us proceed on to next module. So this is our module number 8. Now in this module, we'll be learning about session and cookies middleware. Okay, so let us proceed. So here you can see that I have already opened my Visual Studio Code. And first of all, what I'll do is I will create a folder that is 07 cookies and session. Okay, so cookies and session. So right here, what I'll do is I'll go inside the folder 07 keys and session dot space dot. Okay, and I know that I may get some errors like npm init -y. Okay, now it will throw this error because this is not URL friendly name. So what I'll do is I'll just change the name to keys dash session, keys and session. So I have to open it again. In a second. Okay, so I will open this folder again. Now right here, what I'll do is I'll just try to run npm init -y again. Okay, so right here, it has initiated a package.json. Let me change the type to type module and license will be MIT. Okay, so now here I'll install something called Express. Okay, Express then is I actually forgot the name of the middleware. Let us go to expressjs.com. Okay. Now resources, let's go to middleware and cookie parser. Yeah, that is cookie parser. Cookie parser middleware, and we also have this one. This is called a simple cookie based session middleware. Okay, so we can also use this cookie session middleware to manage our sessions too. So what I'll do is I'll install this Express session middleware. Okay, now after installing these three things, okay, after installing these three things right here, what I'll do is I will also install NodeMon as a dev dependency. Okay, now after installing NodeMon as a dev dependency right here, what I will do is I will go ahead and create out some scripts right here. Start index.js. Okay, dev NodeMon index.js. Okay, now what I will do, I will go ahead to the home page, or let us say go to getting started, then hello world. Copy this code from here. Okay, so here what I'll do, I'll paste it right here and change this to import express from express. Change the port number to 8080. Now to use those middlewares, which are this two, what are those? Cookie parser and express session. What we can do is we can just go ahead and write here import cookie parser, okay, and import session from express session. Okay, Now what should we do is we should write an app.use cookie parser. Okay. And app.use session. Okay. Session, we have a couple of options that resave false, save uninitialized false. Okay. And we have to also provide a secret right here. Secret. In the previous module, I had already told you how to load .env. Okay, I will use the .env to store my session secret. Okay, so let me just use git bash to generate a secret. Okay, open ssl rad dash base 64. Okay, and 64. It will just generate this random string. Copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, process.env.session underscore secret. Okay, and after doing this we have to also import this thing that is called .env slash config. Okay, I know that the terminal might not be visible to you. Okay, so let me just maximize the terminal again. Okay, right here I'll write just npm run dev. npm run dev. Now after running this npm run dev, you can see it's running on port 8080. If I'll go to localhost 8080, you can see I'm getting this text response. Now what should I do is I will just go ahead and here instead of sending this JSON response, instead of sending that text response, I'll just return this rest.json and request.cookies. Okay, if I do something like this, you can see that I'm getting this cookie right here. Okay, so because actually what's happening is it's giving me next.cookie. So what I will do is I will just delete my cookies. I will just delete this cookie. If I'll reload this, you can see I'm getting one empty object. Now, how do we set a cookie? Okay, set a cookie name user. Let us set a cookie. Okay, so here you have to set like this rest.cookie. Okay, rest.cookie name will be username, and what will be the value? The value will be go with. And if I save this and reload it, you can see that we are getting this username, value is code clutch, and expire session. What does mean by session? If I go to another window, localhost 8080, I can still see this username cookie. But as soon as I exit my browser and try to revisit the site, okay, and I will just comment out this restart cookie. If I revisit the site, you can see I'm not getting anything because what's happening is what we mean by session cookie is that until and unless we exit the browser, the cookie is persisted in the browser. Okay, so as soon as we exit, the cookie is removed. So for that, what we have to do is we have to set an expiration time for this cookie. So right here, after this, we can pass some options. We have three main options. Okay, four. So we have many options, but let me tell you. First is the max edge option. I can see that it's telling that max edge in milliseconds converted to expands. Now, how do we get the milliseconds? Suppose, let us say we are setting a cookie for 1 day, okay, or let us say 3 hours, okay, 3 hours. So 3 star 60, okay, this is 3 hours converted into minutes, star 60, 3 hours converted into seconds. Okay, now just multiply 1000 because it's telling that max it should be in milliseconds. Now what it will do is if we do something like this, okay, it is around 10800. So that will be converted into seconds. Okay, sorry, milliseconds. Okay, so here I have to multiply 1000 to convert them into millisecond. Now, if I reload this, you can see the cookie named user code with Laksh. Okay, so this is the username cookie. We are having the values code with Laksh. I can see the express is set to. Okay, so if I'll copy this and see here, new date, let us set the date. I can see that it has been set after 3 hours. So after 3 hours, the cookie will be automatically removed. Now, if I exit this browser window and revisit my site, my cookie will be still there. Okay, so let me just comment out this part and the cookie will be still there. Okay, username code collection. Now this is still there because we have set the expiration time to 3 hours. Okay, now another option is that, okay, I can see path default to slash. Now we have two main options that we mostly use while developing backends, that is HTTP only. Now if we'll set this to true, what will happen is HTTP only cookies are not cannot be accessed by JavaScript methods. Okay, so if I'll show you, if I'll set this as HTTP only cookie and just erase this, reload it, we can still access it, but as it's now HTTP only. So let me go to my browser console and just write here alert document.cookie. If I'll hit enter, you can see we're not getting any cookie, but what's happening is we are still having this username code collection. So this is very useful if you are using HTTP only cookies. Okay, and I don't think we require any other methods. Okay, any other options. So you can say that if you want to clear a cookie, let us say clear cookie, just provide the name. Just provide the name. If I reload it, you can see that the cookie has been removed from here. If we'll see the cookie has been removed from there. Now let us set the cookie again. Let us say if I want to set the cookie expiration to 3 seconds only, let us check what happens. 1, 2, 3. If I reload, okay. So what's happening is that, wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Let me just comment out this. If I reload, you can see the cookie is automatically removed after 3 seconds. So let me just reset the time. So if I reload, you can see that we're getting the username cookie. Okay, comment out this. If you want to get a particular cookie, so we're having a lot of cookies right here. So if you want to get a particular cookie, what you can do is const this is equal to request.cookies. Okay, now I can get by destructuring the cookies. Okay, so I'll write a username. So I'll just send the username rest.send rest.json username. Now if I reload, okay, I can see username code, but if I want to send a clear text response, reload it, you can see code. Now what is meant by this session? Now why we are using this session here? Okay, session can be actually used to maintain a state across your application. So let us say we are having one authentication website. Let us say we are having one authentication website. So we are sending a post request to slash login request comma response and const username comma password is equal to request.body. Okay, request.body, and just right here what I will be doing is I'll be just telling that if username triple equals to process dot env dot username and password triple equals to. Now this is a bad practice. This is not how we do authentication, but I'm just explaining to you how this works. Okay, if they are true, just set request.session request.session which equals to let us say we can just write here request.session equals to user. Okay, request.session equals to user, and just write here rest.redirect slash. Okay, now as soon as we are redirected, we'll be sent to slash. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll just send a get request. Now note that get is not fruitful for this purpose. Okay, we shouldn't send any get request. So I'll just write a request request. We shouldn't send any get request to login or any credentials through get request. Okay, so I'll just do one thing that I'll be just defining some variables, that is username. Okay, let me see. Okay, so let us say username is this. Let me set the password. Okay, so right here I'll set the password. Save it. After saving it, what I will do is let me just do one thing. Let me just send a post request. Okay, let me just send a post request. And here also what I'll do is I'll just set a cookie, a rest.cookie. Okay, rest.cookie logged in. Then sorry. Okay, so I'm setting the logged in session to logged in cookie to true. Okay, and also let me do one thing, that I should also set the username cookie to true. Okay, username cookie to true. And also what I'll do is I'll set it as let us say expires. Okay, now expires will take a date. Expires will take a date. So I'll write a new date. Okay, 3 star 80 star, sorry, 3 star 60 star 60 star 1000. Okay, and what I will do is I'll just write a const expires is equal to this one. Now we should only set it like this, date dot now plus this. Okay, date dot now plus this. Now if I'll save it and if I'll see what we get in the browser console, let us just check what we get in the browser console. Paste it here. Yeah, this is correct. So what I will do is I'll just set the expires for both the things. Expires. Okay, and right here I will set it as the HTTP only cookie. HTTP only true. Okay, now as soon as I do this, okay, so if I reload it, let us go to slash login username. Okay, so cannot get slash login. Okay, so let me just do one thing, that I'll create an index.html here. for action slash login method post. Okay, so input. I'm just building out a simple for. Okay, so shouldn't have doubt in this how to build a for. Okay, now what I will do is I will just go ahead and do a route chaining right here. And how to do route chaining is that I have also not told you about this, but let me tell you now. App.route. Okay, app.route. If someone sends a post request, someone sends a post request to this, or if someone sends a get request, okay, so rest dot send file, okay, rest dot send file, the path will import path, path dot join, import dot meta dot dir name, okay, then dot, then I will send index dot html. So let us just reload this. Now you can see that we are getting this. Okay. So right here, what I will do is here, after setting the cookie, rest dot redirect. Okay. Rest dot redirect to slash, right. And here, what should I do is I will check if request dot session, okay, dot username or request dot keys username. Okay. Let us say logged in. Okay, so I'll send back the user to the home page. Now here, what should I do is I will write my password. Okay, then let me just go with them. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll type here. So if I'll click on login, now cannot destructure property username of request.body as it's undefined, because here what you have to also do is app.use express.url encoded extended set to true. Okay, so what happened? What's happening is that I have to actually reload my server because I have changed the environment variables. So I have to reload my server. What's happening here, guys? Let me check. So, okay, so what's happening is that here, actually, wait a second. What's happening is that this process.env.username is conflicting with my system username. Let me just change this. Okay, so admin underscore. Okay, because it's conflicting the process.env.username. It's actually returning my system username. Okay, so let me just change my environment variables. So I just console logged the variables and saw that it was conflicting with my system username. So let me just rerun the server and right here will be good to go. Yeah. Now it should go ahead. What's happening? Your request.session.torch is not a function. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now you can see that logged into and actually I did the wrong thing. So wait a second. This check should be also implemented right here. So here in the username part, I should also set the username. So after a couple of debugging, I realized that what's happening is the issue is that you have to write a return keyword right here. Okay. So shift. So for my document and write a, if I'll go to my page, my localhost redirected you many times. What's the issue? Okay. So right here, you can see that we are sent back to the home page. Yeah, now this works. Now this works. Okay. So right click format document. Now in case of handlebars, what will happen is you have to set a res.locals that will send global variables to all the templates that will be seen in our next module. In module number 9, we'll be learning about how to authenticate users using Passport. I know that I took a lot of time in explaining this because of some errors. Thank you, everyone. So let's meet in the next module. So this is our module number 9 in this ExpressJS crash course. Now let us proceed to user authentication using Passport. Okay, so this will be the shortest module because I'll be just telling you that how you can authenticate users based on Passport. Okay, so right here what I will do is I will go ahead and create a folder 08 Passport. Okay, I'll not include credentials authentication. Okay, so right here what I'll do is I'll go inside this folder. Okay, and open this with Visual Studio Code. Okay, so right here after opening this with Visual Studio Code, I can see that it has opened right here. Terminal, new terminal. Let us initialize this as an empty Node.js package. Okay, so right here we have initialized this as an empty Node.js package. This will be of type module license MIT. Okay. So right here what I'll do is I will install a couple of modules. Let me show you what are those modules. NPMI Express. Okay. Then Mongoose to manage MongoDB models and connections. Then a connect to Mongo package so that we can store our sessions inside the MongoDB. We'll be creating a store in which we'll be storing the sessions. Okay, then let us say we'll install express dash session, express dash handlebars. Okay, then .env for managing environment variable files. So right here, what I will do, I will go ahead and go to passportjs.org. Okay, so right here, what we have to do is we have to also install this passport library. Okay, and let us just search for strategy that is Google Auth 20. Copy this, just copy this and right click and paste it here. Okay, now after installing all these packages, I will also install something called NodeMon. Okay, okay, so right here also I'll be installing. Okay, so here I have installed NodeMon as well. Now let us go ahead to our package.js. Okay, now we have a lot of files here, sorry, packages here, dependencies. Now let us just go ahead, create one index.js file. Okay, okay, so const app is equal to express. Okay, Okay, so I just created a basic server here, a basic server. Now right here, what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and create two scripts. Okay, here we have two scripts. Now right here, what I'll do is I'll go ahead to my terminal and write here npm run def. Okay, now here let us go to localhost 8080 port. Right here, you can see that we are getting this hello world right here. Okay, we are getting this hello world. Now, what we can do is we can actually import something called engine from Express Handlebars. And right here, Express Handlebars app.engine. Sorry, app.engine. You have to first provide the extension name, then the function, that is engine function. Okay, so right here, extension name will be HBS. Default layout will be main. Okay, we don't need to provide the default layout option actually. App.set, that is the view engine setting, set it to HBS. Okay, now right here, what I will do is I can uh, here what I'll do is I'll create a views directory and have a layouts folder. Okay, I'll have a layouts folder, and what I'll do is I'll go to get bootstrap, get bootstrap. Okay, grab out the code, the starter template code, create a main.hps right here inside the layouts folder, body. Okay, just render out body, simply render out body. And right here, let us create our index.hps. Okay, index.hps. Now I'll write here, I'll give you a font. Okay, right here, let us go ahead and write div. Okay, style, height is 100 vh, display display flex. Okay, align item center. Let us just do one thing, that this is a container. Okay, this is a container. We will do nothing here, but right here, let us bring a navbar as well. Let us bring a navbar. Okay, inside views, I'll create a partials directory. So here, what I will do is I'll just write a bg dark. Okay, and data bs theme is equal to dark. Remove the drop down and disable links. Add about and contact us. Okay, so right here, Right, and what I will do is I will just give one UL here, UL dot nav bar nav, and here I'll just give slash auth slash Google. Okay, just type the sign in, and here what I'll do is I'll just write rest dot render. Okay, just reload it, and here inside main.hps actually we have to also render nav. Okay, so I think this looks better. So if I click on sign in, it will take me to this page, but nothing will happen. Let us also go to console.cloud.google.com. Before that, let us set up our MongoDB connection. Create a config folder, db.js file, okay, db.js file, .env at the root level. Okay, so this is our MongoDB URI file. Sorry, .env file in which I have stored this MongoDB URI. And in the root level index.js, what I'll do is just import this .env slash config. Save it. Okay. I'm just setting up the connection. Okay. I don't think any of you will have doubt in connecting to a MongoDB instance. Okay. So right here, I'll just write here something that is connect DB. Okay. Dot then format document. Okay. So right here, I'll provide the error and just write process dot exit. Okay. Save it. And after saving this, if I'll show you my console, okay, you can see connected to MongoDB. It's written here, and it has connected to MongoDB instance. Okay, so right here, I'll create also a passport. Okay, export async function that will accept passport. So writer it's telling that passport is declared but never used. So writer will write passport dot use. Okay, and I write uh, okay. So export default function. Okay, passport. Now here I write passport dot use new Google strategy, which will accept client ID process.env dot Google client ID. Okay, and then client secret and callback URL. Okay, process.env dot Google callback URL. Okay, and here you can also, I think, provide scope, that is profile and email, because it is compulsory to provide scope, otherwise access will be blocked by Google Auth. Okay, right here let us provide async. Okay, access token, refresh token. Okay, then profile, then done. Okay, here we'll write the logic to create a user. Now let us go ahead here. Just write passport config and just pass in passport that will be imported from passport. Now they have been automatically imported by VS Code suggestions. Okay, so right here also I'll write app.use session that will be imported from express session. Okay, secret will bring the process.env dot, let us say, session underscore secret. Okay, and here what I'll do, I'll just write a passport app.use passport.initialize. Now ensure that these two lines are written after you initialize express session. Passport.session. Okay. Now these two have been initialized. Now let us go to our git bash, and right here I'll type something as open SSL and let us go to .env. Okay, so right here Google client IP session underscore secret. Okay, so the callback URL is simple. It's slash auth slash callback slash Google. Okay, this is simple. This will be the callback URL. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to create a client. To create one auth client, what I'll do is I'll go to, okay, So what I'll do is here, I'll create a new project. Okay, I will create a new project. Right here, what I'll do is I will name it as, okay, so let us name it as my YouTube dudes. Copy this. Okay, create it. Close. Okay, so right here I have created this my YouTube dudes project. Now it has been selected. Now if I go here to my credentials page, okay, notice that I have gone to APIs and services, clicked on credentials. I'm getting this warning. Remember to configure OAuth consent screen. So let us configure that. Get started. I have a little bit of fever, so here let us go with my email address. Click on next. Click on next. Agree, continue, then create. Okay. So right here it will create a OAuth. Now you have to create a OAuth client. Okay. Application type web application, and the name should be my YouTube dudes. Okay. Then the callback URL will be localhost 8080 slash auth slash callback slash Google. Okay. Now here, what I'll do is I'll just return create. Wait a second, this should be called back. Okay, let us create. Copy this. Okay, copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, so I have created one client. Now here you can see what requires a client ID option. So let us reload the server. Okay, so right here, what I will do is I will go ahead and create a user model. Sorry, wait a second. Okay, so let's go to this image type. Okay, then we don't require any other information. So let timestamps. So I have created my user schema and as well as exported my user model. Right, and let us just go ahead and import user model. Sample. So right here, let us just go ahead and write post email is equal to. Actually, we get an array of emails. So let us just write profile.emails 0 dot value so that we get the first email. Okay, and also to generate the username, what I'll do is I'll just write email dot get at the rate, okay, and then 0. Okay, so this will be the username, and just go ahead and write here let user is equal to await user model dot find one. Okay. Now I know that this particular statement will not make any sense because always the okay, so wait a second, I actually forgot to add the unique constraint right here in my model unit 2. So let us just do this. I know that this particular finding doesn't make any sense. Okay, so if we get any user, just write a done none comma else user is equal to await user model dot create. Okay. Now I'll just write a name that will be profile dot family name. I think. So what I will do is actually I'll just go for this part. Let me just check what I'm getting for the profile. Okay. So later I'm writing Google, authenticate user by Google. Okay. And here also shift all down arrow slash auth slash callback. Failure redirect will be slash and success redirect will be this will be also slash. Okay. Now right here what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and see what do we get here. Reload it and localhost refused to connect. What happened? Module not found. Passport.config.js. What happened here? Okay, so it's a passport.config. Here I think we have to write .js. You just reload it. Okay, Okay, we have to also provide the extension of the file that we are importing. Now here we can see that we are getting this, okay, accounts.google.com. Now let us see what we are getting. Failed to serialize this user into session. Actually, what we need to do is we need to also serialize and deserialize the user. Okay, so let us just go ahead and write something like this right here after this. Okay, so passport.serialize. Okay, so right here function will have user comment done. Just title for the timing. Just title null comma id. Okay, null comma id. For error, just title error comma null. Save it. Reload it. Okay. Bad request, create auth error, token error. What happened? Okay, so right here, if I'll show you my console right here, getting a couple of things right here, getting a couple of things. Okay, now here for the name part, what I will do is I'll choose the display name. For the first name, okay, for the first name, we'll have the profile dot name dot given name. Okay, and for last name, let us have profile dot name dot family name. Okay, then for email, we have already declared the email variable and the username variable. Now for the image, okay, so here we have profile dot photos, okay, profile dot photos 0 dot fat, and right here just write done none comma user. Done function first takes the error and then the user, so we are not having any errors. Okay, so right here what I'll do is I'll just write this cost user is equal to user model dot find by id. This just return the user. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and here actually what I need to do is now here I need to configure store. So let us just import Mongo store. Okay, so just after this, let us say here only in this session, so I'll write store. Okay, so Mongo URL will be process.env dot mongodb underscore URL. Okay, save it and let us see what happens. If I'll go to sign in, cast object field for value this at path underscore id for user. Okay, so what's happening is that it's happening ready. What I did is I just removed the connections from my Google account. Now right here, I will try to sign in again with my Google account and I shouldn't get any errors. Okay, so let us continue and cast object ID failed for. I'm still getting this error. Okay, I noticed a mistake that I have forgotten to remove these two lines that I had added for testing. So let us just remove that and again reload it. I think we should get the session right here. Okay, so let us just go ahead and write here console.log request.user. Okay, now if I reload it, now we're getting undefined. Why we're getting undefined? Delete the existing sessions. Now to delete the existing sessions, let me show you my MongoDB. Okay, here we have sessions. Delete the entire collection. Delete this second passport. So right here I have deleted the entire collection. Reload it. Go to sign in. Yeah, now we are getting the user. Okay, what I'll do is I'll do just one thing that okay, so request response next and if request dot user just write a rest dot locals dot user is equal to set the username. Okay, then image else rest dot locals dot user equals to null. Okay, so what I will do is here set my nav bar. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just write here hashtag if okay if user slash if. Now rest dot locals allows us to send a global variable to all the templates. Okay, now this should be slash or slash logout. Okay, Now what can I do is if I reload this, you will see that what happens. Okay, so what I have to do is actually here I have to call the next, otherwise it will just get stuck at the current middleware. Okay, so still it's showing me silent. Why? Still showing me silent. Why? I don't understand. I think what's happening is let me just place this after the session middleware. Yeah. So I have to actually place this after the session middleware to get the user. Now this is working. Okay. So if I click on logout, I should be logged out of my account. App.get slash auth slash logout. Okay. So just write a request on my response. If request.user, okay, request.logout, rest.redirect to slash else rest.redirect slash. Okay. So save it, reload. If we'll click on logout, now request.logout requires a callback function. Okay. So actually inside this callback function we have to place this rest.redirect. Reload. Okay. Now if I click on sign in, I'll be signed in right here. Okay. Now what can I also do is I can just go ahead and bring the drop down menu from here. Okay. So right here inside my nav bar here. Okay. So when I'm logged in, just render this. Okay. So what is so I have to copy this entire li, this li. Okay. And paste it here. Paste it right here. Format document. No, no, not like that. Okay, just right here, logout. imgsrc will be user dot image. Okay, so if I reload this, I'm not getting the user image. Now we are getting it, and let us just reduce the width 32. Okay, class rounded. Rounded dash circle, rounded dash circle, and if I come here, let's see, and let us just write the username. Uh, and not given paragraph header. Okay. Not given a paragraph. Now this looks good. Okay, so class name is any2. Okay, so this was all about the passport authentication. Thank you everyone for watching this module, and we'll be meeting in the next module, that is module number 10. Okay, and in that module we'll be creating out a URL shortening application, which will be the concluding part of this. So this is our 10th module in our Express crash course, and this will be the concluding project for this entire series. Now in this project we'll be building out URL shortening app. Okay, this will be an URL shortening app project. So right here what I'll do is I'll just create a 09 okay, project 2, and right here I'll go to 09 project 2, 09 project 2, and open this with another window of Visual Studio Code. Okay, so right here what I will do is, here first of all let us go ahead and install Express, then we will install Mongoose. Okay, then we will install Express dash handlebars. Okay, then we'll install Express dash session. Okay, and connect Mongo to store the sessions inside of MongoDB. Connect Mongo, and right here another package, that is passport Google Auth 20. Okay, and then I will install tailwind CSS and add the tailwind CSS slash CLI. Okay, now we'll be using tailwind CSS with Express. I'll be showing you how to set up that. Let us wait. Actually, here you can see that we have got our package.json, but what I will do is I actually forgot to do this thing, that is npm init minus -1. I should have done that before. Okay, so right here I will again run the installation. I actually forgot to initialize this package.json. So right here we are having a package.json. Change the type to module and this to MIT, license to MIT. Okay, I will create an index.js file. Okay, and just what I will do is I'll just write here import express from express. Okay, then const app is equal to express, const code is equal to 8080. Okay, then I will do one thing. I'll write here app.get slash request comma response to request comma response rest dot send. No, okay, then app dot listen on port number. Okay, now let us just write here console dot log x url listening on port. $port. I should have provided these backticks. Okay, save it and just right here. What I will do, I'll define some scripts. Okay, and also what I have to do is I have to also install nodemon npm -i -d nodemon. Okay, so now I have also installed nodemon. Let us just go ahead and clear out the screen. Okay, and right here what I will do is I will go ahead and run the dev server npm run dev. Okay, and here let us go to localhost 8080. Now just go ahead and set up express handlebars. Okay, and also I'll import session from express session, import passport. Okay, import dot. I forgot to install this package that is called .env, npmi dot env. Okay, so I have to also install this package. Okay, so let us just go ahead and write a .env, import .env slash config. Okay, now what should I do is here, let us create a folder that is named as config. Inside this config folder, I'll place my db.js. Okay, import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, export const connect db async. Okay, and right here what I will do is await mongoose.connect process.env dot mongodb underscore url, and then console.log connected to MongoDB. Okay, and right here I will also create a .env file at the root level. I'll have a couple of key pairs, that is MongoDB underscore URI. Okay, then okay, so right here we'll have Google client ID. Okay, then Google client secret. Okay, and we'll have Google callback URL. Okay, then we'll have the what is that? That is session underscore secret. Okay, now these are the environment variables. Now let us just populate the MongoDB URI localhost 27017 slash. Okay, let us name it as XURL. Okay, so right here I'll save this and import this here. Save it. Now right here you will see that here we have to write this dot slash config slash db.js. Now you can see that we have to do something like this. Connect db dot then. If the connection is successful, just create the server and run it. Else dot catch. Okay, error console.log error connecting to MongoDB error. Okay, and right here we'll just write process.exit one. Okay, so after doing this, it will first try to connect to MongoDB, then it will run the server. Okay, right here, what I'll do next thing is to set up models. Okay, so import Mongoose from Mongoose, then just import schema from Mongoose. And here full store username. Okay, now I'll just write export wants user model which equals to mongoose.model mongoose.model, and here what I'll do is I'll just write here the name of the model, that is user, and here I'll write user schema. Okay, save it. Also, I'll create a URL model. Okay, so import mongoose from mongoose, then also an import schema. Okay, export const, not export const URL schema. Okay, so right here I'll write URL to type string. Okay, then I will create a short ID. Okay, then what I will do is I will just write in user. Type will be mongoose dot types dot object ID. Okay, a reference to the user model, then the required. Okay, and after doing this, I will add another dependency, that is nano. Okay, or nano ID, whatever you can tell. So using nano ID, we'll be generating the short ID for our URLs. Okay, so right here, what I'll do is I'll provide a comma for short ID. After type string, I'll provide a comma. Then I'll write default to set a default value to nano ID. Okay, then the size will be around 8. Okay, so we'll be generating a short ID of length 8. Okay, and right here. What I'll do is I'll close it, and here let us configure passport. Okay, so right here I'll import strategy as Google strategy. Okay, export default function passport. Okay, export default function passport, and I'll write here passport.use new Google strategy. Okay, I'll provide a couple of options here. Apologies right here. Write client ID process.env.google client ID. Okay, client secret process.env.google client secret. Okay, then callback URL process.env.google callback URL. Okay, then provide a scope which is essential. So we will provide a scope profile, comma, email. Okay, then what I will do is I will just write async access token, refresh token, okay, refresh token, then profile, and done. Okay, then if you remember, we have to also serialize or deserialize the user. So passport dot serialize user, uh, serialize user. So it will take something called ID, comma. Okay, so it takes the user. So I'll write a done none comma user dot ID. Okay, so then I'll provide this passport dot deserialize user. Okay, so I'll just write async ID comma done. Okay, const user. Let us provide a try catch. For catch, I'll provide done error comma none. Okay, inside try part const user is equal to await user model. Not getting auto suggestions for this import. I have to do it manual from dot slash models slash user model.js. Okay, am I not exporting anything? User model? Yeah, I'm exporting the user model, but I'm not getting anything. Oh, sorry. I actually accidentally I imported from URL. Okay, so it should be user model. So format document. Okay, so okay, right here what I'll do is I'll write user model dot find by ID. Okay, find by ID, then done and pass no errors and user. Okay, and right here what I'll do is I'll write const user email is equal to profile dot emails zero dot value. Okay, const username is equal to prof email dot split at the rate and get the zeroth element. Okay, const image is equal to profile dot photos zero dot value. Okay, const name is equal to profile dot display name. Okay, and we don't think you require any other field, let user is equal to await user model or find one. Okay. Let us write a dollar or, okay, dollar or. So here I'll write username and here I'll write even. I know that I have not covered this operators, this dollar or dollar and, okay. So I have not covered those things, but still it's a crash course. So write it and write done null comma user. Okay. Else user is equal to await user model dot create. Okay. Dot create. I'll just pass in the parameters name, username, email, and image. Okay. So write it, just write done null comma. Okay. So I'll open my git bash here and I'll write open SSL base, sorry, rand dash base 6464. Okay. And generate a session secret. Save it. Now our task is to generate this two, because we know that the callback is slash auth slash callback slash Google. We have to generate this remaining two things. Okay. So let us go to our cloud console, console.cloud.google.com. Okay. And after going there, what I'll do is, okay, so here I'm having this my YouTube tunes. Now in the previous module only we created this. So what I will do is I will go ahead and create a new project. Okay, I'll just name it as X URL. Create, and after creating X URL, select project. Okay, now here what I'll do is I'll go to APIs and services, then click on credentials. After clicking on this, we will get a warning to set up our Auth client. So let us configure the consent screen. Get started. App name XURL. User support email this. Type external. Next. Okay. Now I have done everything. Now create one Auth client. Add authorized redirect URIs HTTP localhost colon 8080 slash API slash callback slash Google. Okay. And I'll just create this. Okay. Copy the client ID, paste it here. Copy the client secret also and paste it here. Okay. Once I complete this video, I'll be deleting both clients from previous module and this module as well. So right here, what I will do is I'll just write express session middleware. Okay. App.use session. Okay. Secret. Okay. Secret will be process.env dot session underscore secret. Okay. Resave false. Save uninitialized false. And then let us provide a store that is new Mongo store from connect Mongo. Just pass in the Mongo URL process.env.mongodb underscore URL. Right click and format document. Okay. And after initializing Express session, just title passport middleware. Okay. I'll just call the passport config and pass in the passport here. Okay. Pass the passport here and then just write app.use passport.initialize. Okay. And then app.use passport.session. Save it. And here, what I will do, I will just go ahead and write it. I'll also go ahead and initialize the Express handlebars. Express handlebars. Okay. App.engine. Okay. HPS. Then I'll call this engine. Xname. Xname will be HPS. Okay. Then app.set view engine set to HPS. Okay. And after saving this, I will just go ahead and create a middleware. I don't think we require any middleware now. Okay. I will just go ahead and write here. And if I go to tailwindcss.com, okay, we can configure Tailwind CSS for our application. So right here, I'm having this Tailwind using Tailwind CLI. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll create a public folder right here. I'll have a CSS input.css. Okay. Input.css. Okay. Now I have to install an extension that is called Tailwind. So right here in our package.json, what I'll do is I'll just write here compile Tailwind. Okay. Just write here this command. I'll copy this and paste it here. I'll also try to minify the file. Minify. So minify the file. And right here I'll write tailwind dot win.css. Wait a second, I have to change the setting that is for word wrap. Save it. And right here what I'll do is I'll just write this is input.css, but inside the public directory, the output should be also in public directory. Okay. So save it. And after saving this, okay. Now, if I'll go ahead and run this thing, that is npm run compile colon tailwind, npm run compile colon tailwind, we'll see what will happen. Here you can see that it has generated a tailwind.min.css. Okay, it has generated a tailwind.min.css, that is treated as tailwind CSS. Okay, right here you can see they have provided a lot of classes right here that we can use. Let us close this. And right here, what I'll do is I'll just run this watch. Okay, I'll just watch everything. Now what I'll do, I'll create a views folder, layouts slash main.hps file. Okay. I have to also configure the static one. Okay. Static files app.use express for a second slash static comma express.static. Okay. So express.static, what I'll use is I will import path from node column paths. Okay. Import dot meta dot dir name. Okay. And provide a dot and then provide public. Okay. Okay. So right here I'll create a partials folder. Okay. And here I will just write h1 class text excel font semicolon. Okay. Just write a table set. Okay. Just write a table setup. And here we'll just render the index.hps file. Render index. Okay. We'll go here and reload it. Table setup. Now you can see that we have got table setup. Now if you go through manual designing using plain tailwind CSS, it will take a lot of time. So what I will do is I'll use this library that is called Daisy UI. Okay. So using this, what we can do is we can actually design our website using some pre-built components. Okay. So this is a plugin actually. So how to use? Let us go to this. How to use? And here first we have to install this Daisy UI. Okay. Okay. So after installing Daisy UI, I have to just write here @plugin Daisy UI inside this input.css file. Okay. I just need this. And after doing this, if I reload it, you can see that we are getting a dark background because of Daisy UI. Okay. Now just let us go down to the nav bar. Okay, here we have a navbar component. Let us go down and copy this responsive drop down. Okay, I'll copy this, the HTML, copy the HTML and paste it right here. And if I reload it, you can see that we're getting this navigation bar. So what I will do is I will go ahead and remove everything. Okay, I'll remove this sub menu. What I'll do is I'll remove this drop down from here because I don't need any links. Okay, we will not require any links, right? I think so. Not require any links. Remove this also. Okay, so we have different kind of variants for our button. Let us go to button, and for button I'll just use this called this primary. Okay, I'll just use btn dash primary. Okay, save it and reload it. You can see we are getting this primary button. Okay, And also what I will do is I will go ahead and use font awesome. Let's go to CDN.js. Okay, copy the link tag or else copy the URL. And inside our public slash input.css, what I'll do is I will just go ahead and write here @import. Okay, then I'll write URL and import this URL. Save it. And we're getting a yellow squiggly line. Should be treated as tailwind CSS. Wait a second. Okay, so here I have imported the font awesome library. Now what can I do is I can write here I.far. I think we get the user. So let us save and go here, load it, and we don't get any user icon. Why we're not getting any icon? I have to see font awesome. I have to see font awesome for icons. Okay, so let us just go ahead and search for icons. Okay, so we have circle user. So we are not getting actually. Let's copy this and paste it here. Still we are not getting the icon. Why so? So here what I had to do is actually right here. What I had to do is here I had to manually bring the CDN here. I don't know what was the reason, but it was not getting loaded inside the tailwind.min.css file. Okay, let us go here. And if I reload this, you can see we are getting the user icon. Okay, and here what I'll do is I will just write far UX. Okay, let us see if we're getting the Google icon. Let us check for Google icon. Okay, for brands, for Google, for brands, for Google. Okay, so we're getting the Google icon. Now it's getting huge. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just write a text LG. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Now we'll just provide sign in. Okay, and this should point to the URL href/auth/login. Okay, save it, reload, and you can see we're getting the sign in here. Okay, sign in text, and here Mhm. Okay. So if I click on sign in, I should go to // Google. If I click on send. So right here, what I will do is I'll just segregate all the URLs. So right here, I will create a routes folder for router is equal to router. Okay. And cons export router as base router. Router dot get slash, okay, request comma response, and just I'll write here rs dot render slash, okay, sorry, not slash, index dot hps. Save it. And what should I do is now here I'll just write app dot use slash, then I'll just use the base router. Okay, I'll just use the base router, right? And here I'll create auth.js. Right click and format document. Okay, so right here what I'll do is I'll just write get slash Google. Okay, I'll just write here passport dot authenticate Google. Okay, then I'll just write router dot get slash callback slash Google. Okay, passport dot authenticate Google, and failure redirect slash, okay, and then what I will do is success redirect also slash. Okay. Now what should I do is actually here I should create a login page. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll create a login page. Okay. So I'll write a rest.render or slash login. Now here I will do something like this app.use slash auth and use the auth router. Okay, use the auth router. Now what I will do is I'll create a login page. Okay, I'll provide a div class name min h screen. Okay, so class will be min h screen, and right here what I will do is I will just provide flex item center justify between. Okay, and what should I do is also I should create a layout for auth. And in this auth layout, I'll just render everything except the navigation bar. Render everything except the navigation bar. And right here inside my auth.js, I have to specifically provide this auth, sorry, not auth, actually layout will be auth layout. Okay. Okay. So I'll just write here dot far dash brands dot far dash Google. Okay, far 2x next item center space x2 and text Chelsea. I'll just write here span sign in with Google. Okay, and just write here // login. And as soon as I go to this login page, sign in with Google. Wait a second. Actually, here, let us just render circle user. Okay, so right here in login.hps, what happened? Mainnet screen is not working. Okay, flex item center. Okay, justify center. Reload this, and we will get this. Okay, now what's happening is py2. Let's provide a py2 plus. Okay, so if I click on this now, so it will take me to you can sign in because this app sent an invalid request. If you're a developer of this app, redirect URI mismatch. What happened? /auth/callback/Google. Let me see what happened here. Edit. Let us see. I provide the correct URI. Localhost slash. Okay, sorry. Not slash or API. It's actually /auth/callback/Google. Okay, let's click it again. Yeah, let us go here. Click on continue and here. Here go. Okay, so right here inside navbar file. Okay, now what we have to do is here we have to go ahead and inside daisy y we have a option in navbar to render out this profile icon. Okay, I'll just go ahead and render out this profile icon. Let me go to HTML and copy this. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll write hashtag if user else slash if. And here I have to create a middleware. Okay, request, response, and next. If request dot user res dot locals dot user is equal to username request dot user dot username. Okay, image request dot user dot image. Okay, save it and else request dot user is equal to null. And here I'll just write next. Okay, if I reload this, what's happening? Okay, so we are getting this. Okay, so right here, instead of rendering this image, what I'll do is I'll just write user dot image. Reload it. Okay, and just I'll write here span user dot user. So I'll write a div class flex item center space x3. Okay. And just write this. Okay. And class let us provide text. Let me do one thing. Let me just remove this from here and not provide any username. Just enter the image of the user. I'll just enter the user image. Okay. So I'll just do one thing. I'll just write here a live. Okay. A live. I want to get the logout icon. Logout. So actually this dropdown is causing. Hmm. Okay, let us just keep it like this. If I'll click on this, it will throw me a 404 error. So better to get this URL, that is slash logout. Okay, so right here I'll just write request.logout, out, which takes a callback function. Inside that callback function, okay, I'll provide this, reload it, and as soon as we log out, you can see we are redirected here. Now what? we have to do is we have to protect our home route. Let us create a middleware. Okay. So export const, save it, and here for each and every base route, we'll run the checkbox middleware. Okay. Run the checkbox middleware. And if I'll try to go to my home page, okay, so it redirected you many times. Localhost refused to connect. What happened here? So actually we have to import this is guest. Yeah. Now I think it should work. Just reload. Still it's not working. Still throwing this error. Okay, so after a couple of debuggings, I realized that if I place the slash out after this slash routes, what will happen is it will try to run both checkout and isGuest at a time. So I have to place this slash out above this slash routes. Okay, like the routes which are using isGuest should be placed before the routes which are using the checkout. Otherwise, it will result into that error. Okay, so right here you can see that if I'll try to go to my slash page, it will redirect me to this login page. Okay, so compulsorily I have to log in to my account. Now if I'll try to go to slash auth slash login, it will redirect me to my slash endpoint. Okay, so now let us just go ahead and quickly create these routes to add. Okay, so let us create a post route to add a URL. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll just write const. Okay, I have to just write here const URL is equal to request.body. Request.body. And here I have to also bring in the express URL encoded middleware. Okay, format document, save this. Okay, and right here, what I'll do is I'll just write const new URL is equal to await URL model. I'm not getting the import statements, so let us set import. We right click format document, and right here what I will do is I'll just write rest dot redirect slash, okay, rest dot redirect slash, and on the slash page what I will do is I'll just go ahead and fetch out all my URLs. Okay, const URLs is equal to await. Let us mark it as an async function. Okay, await URL model dot file. Okay, user request dot user dot id. Okay, now what I will do is I will just pass in URLs right here, save it. Okay, and now inside my index.hps, what I will do is I'll just write a dot container dot px24 dot my3. Okay, I will just render out some cards here. Okay, let us go and fetch out card. Okay, let us go ahead and write here. Copy this large card. Okay, copy this large card, and I'll just write here hashtag each URLs. Okay, so right here before this dot grid. Okay, sm grid calls to md grid calls 3. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll place it inside this the each part slash each. Okay, paste it here, reload it, and we don't see any URLs because we don't have any. So let us just go ahead and add a input component. Input field. Okay, I'll just add an input field, the primary variant of input field. Okay, just copy this, create a form about this. Method post. Paste it here. Okay, and type should be submit. And if I reload this, you can see we are getting this Okay, now actually it should be div w full. Okay, and this form should have class of space y6. Like, wait a second, I'm searching for a specific type of input. Okay, so wait a second, let me see. Okay, so let me just add my6 here for the form and add my3. Okay, so what should I do is now here if I write some URL, let me just put my YouTube channel URL. Okay, I'll just put it here and click on add. URL validation failed path user is required. Okay, so here inside base.js, I have to also pass in the user, reload it, continue, and path URL is required. I already passed the URL. Okay, so here what I have to do is I have to write an end type application slash x www form URL input. Let us go back, reload it, paste it here again, click on add, path URL is required. Happened. We should get the path, we should get the URL instead. We're not getting anything inside the URL. Is it a joke? So here actually I have to provide the name attribute that is URL, ID attribute that is URL. Okay. And what I will do is now I will try to submit the form again. Click on it. You can see we're getting a large card right here. So what I will do is for this card, I will have a shadow primary, reload it. Okay. So let us provide a shadow only. Shadow. Okay. So right here, this is the large card text. Now what should I do is here, I will just write in the card title, I'll just write. Okay, so here what should I do is inside my base.js const URLs. Okay, so this is URLs that I'll be passing, but I should go ahead and write here for in. I'll just write this await right here. But what I'll do is I'll just write let URLs equals to this. Okay, so URLs dot length. Okay, and just write here URLs Wait a second, actually I have to do something like this. URLs is equal to URLs dot map. Okay, URL. Okay, just return dot URL. Now new URL. Okay, request dot host. Let me see what I'm getting for the request dot host part. Okay, I want to get the request dot host. Load this. Let me see what I'm getting. Okay, localhost request dot protocol plus this. Let me see. Okay, rather what I will do is I'll just erase this tag. Wait a second. Let me see. Request dot protocol, okay, plus colon double forward slash. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll set a new URL property for each of the URL. Okay. Okay. So I'm setting a new URL property, or let us say short URL property. Short URL property for a single URL. Okay. And just write a short. If I reload this, you can see I'm getting this short URL. Okay, so actually what should I do is actually here I have to provide a slash also. Okay, so here what I will do is card lg. For a second, let me just do one thing. I should change this to part from D. Okay, so for this H3, let me just do one thing. Let me just go ahead here for this H3. Okay, what I'll do is I'll provide a max width of. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll create a helper. I'll create a helper. So here, what I'll do is I'll create a helpers directory. Okay, so I will save this and register this helper right here. Okay, so for helpers, I've registered the strip data input. Okay, save it and let me go here and I'll just write strip data. Okay, and just write 20. If I write this, okay, strip 30, okay, and justify end card actions. We'll have three buttons. Okay, three buttons. Reload it. And what I will do is I'll just write here button. This is primary. This will be success, and this will be range. That is a detail. Okay, if I reload it, you can see button success, begin success. Okay, I got fast solid. Okay, copy. And what I will do is I'll just provide. Okay, I'll just provide on click data URL which equals to short URL. Okay, so this dot data set dot URL. Okay, and I'll just write here ID, sorry, data ID which equals to ID. Okay, now okay, copy and delete, copy and delete. Okay, so if I click on copy, what should I do is let me just write a script down here. Const here also I'll just write on click delete URL. Okay, this dot dataset dot id. Okay, const copy URL is equal to URL. Okay, navigator dot clipboard dot write text. Okay, so I'll just write URL. Okay, and just alert, even alert that URL has been copied. Okay, so now let us just try this. Copy URL has been copied. If I paste it here, I should be visiting, but I have not created that URL yet. Okay, so let us just go ahead and create that. So just find one by the short ID. Okay, request.params dot short ID. If else, okay, if URL rest dot redirect. rest dot redirect to slash, sorry, URL dot URL. Okay, URL dot URL, which is referring to the actual URL, not just rest dot status 404. Okay, dot send requested resource not found, or let us say just send URL not found. Okay, and just also just add a delete path rest dot status 500 dot send invalid URL. Okay. Then for the else part, and here for the else part, okay, what I'll do is find by ID. Okay, find by ID request dot params dot ID. Find by ID and okay, let us say just find by ID. Okay, find by ID, just find by ID. And then what I will do is I'll just write here if the URL is found, find by ID and delete the URL and request dot redirect, rest dot redirect to slash shift, right, shift and format document. And let us go inside our index.hps. It delete URL. Okay, so if not of window.confirm, okay, are you sure you want to delete this URL? Okay, I think it's not visible to you. So let me just do one thing. Let me just move my camera to this side. Okay. So right here, I think it's now visible to you. Okay. Let me just do one thing. Yeah. Now here what I will do is, are you sure you want to delete this URL? If you not get any confirmation, just return, just do nothing else. Else just go ahead and just window.location.href equals to slash delete, okay, uh, slash colon, not colon, actually here, just visit the URL ID. Okay, slash delete slash colon ID, just send a get request. Now also it's important that if not of request dot user triple equals to, okay, if not of request dot user triple equals to URL dot user dot toString, okay, if not of this, just send a 401. Okay, 401. You cannot delete this URL. format document, save it. Okay, and also else part right here. Right click and format document, save it. And okay, so I will just do one thing. I'll just go here. Wait a second. I'll just go here and I'll click on delete. Thing is happening. Why? Delete URL is not defined. Is this kind of a joke? Okay, so it's actually delete. There is a spelling mistake. I note this. Click on delete, cancel, click on delete, okay. So cannot get slash delete slash this dot dataset dot id. Why we're not getting the id? Let me see the page source. We're not getting the id actually. I think it should be underscore id. No. Actually, what we have to do is here inside the page.js, let us just write here dot lean. Yeah. After writing dot link, you can see that we can access the underscore ID right. So if I'll again click on delete, click on OK, and it's telling still it cannot get this ID. Is this a joke? This dot dataset dot ID. This dot dataset dot ID. Console.log ID. Let me see. Sorry, ignore the background noise. If I click on delete, I'm not getting anything. I'm not getting anything. This dot dataset. Yeah. So you cannot delete this one. Is this a joke again? So here actually I should write request.user.id. Okay. Reload this and this should actually delete the URL. Okay. So before deleting actually it's redirecting to slash. So we have to delete it first. Okay. Delete. Okay. And URL modern.find by ID and delete actually. It should be and delete. Save it, reload, and here you can see we are having no URLs. Okay, now we have completed this project as well. Now this was the concluding project. Thank you everyone for watching this video and I will see you next time.